Ladies and gentlemen, after some grueling weeks of watching horrific baseball and talking about training camp, the first week of the NFL season is upon us. This Thursday, the Detroit Lions will face up against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. But we also have our own predictions to do. The Giants play on Sunday Night Football. The Jets play on Monday Night Football, which will be streaming, by the way. But it is a breath of fresh air to be finally sitting here with my crew, with you guys in the comments section, talking about football, also talking about a sport in which New York teams have optimism for once. Of course, you can compare to the other sports, but mostly I'm throwing a shot at the Yankees and the Mets. But let's go around the table. Angry John, what's up?
Well, welcome back. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I was shocked after those two baseball games that we covered yesterday, because right after that, we had the fantasy football draft for our league that we like to do. So that was fun. And thank you guys for joining those. I know I know both teams actually won yesterday, but you couldn't tell based on our reaction. But I'm excited because, I'll show this in the intro. We got the notepad of picks for the season. So we'll be keeping score of that between the three of us. And also we have our own teams to cover, which I can't wait. I can't wait to go back into football mode because, like Alex said, we're about 3 days away. And also for all the members out there, the new baseball position rankings will be coming out very shortly for the left field spot. So if you're not a member, make sure to join and take the class with Professor Angry John.
Yes. Shout outs to Mike. Shout outs to Jacob. Shout outs to Jets Mess. John, you can use that notebook for the Jets Wheel of Excuses.
Well, I'll just make an actual wheel if I have to. I don't need.
Yeah, we can make an actual wheel, which I don't think we ever did a Mets one, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We never. You know what? We should save it for the end of the year.
End of the season. But shout out to everybody in here. We hope to get Kenny in here soon. Who's Unpopular Opinion Sports. He does do a very good job over there. Giants Conversations. He does the show with Coach Ed. That's Empire. What is it? State of the
Heart of the City.
Heart of the City. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Empire State of Mind and Jay-Z and all that other stuff. But remember, Buck is proud. Yep, Buck is proud.
That's an excuse. That's right. Jacob's 1 for 1. Good job.
Yep. What is up, Evan? But now we shift to our third guy, Luker.
God damn it, Alex and his fucking cookies.
What?
Where do you get that from, Luker?
Ed.
I never have enough space behind here.
Whose fault is that?
We already have a fight. We have Clouder in a fight. Yesterday was a lot of clouded around, and we have already started.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He blames me for the lack of space. But Luca, what's going on?
See, I was going to do that when he pronounced it as Luker. That's why I did it. I didn't do it when I was pronounced correctly. So, anyways, folks, I just can't believe that we're a week away from me and John's football team playing the Jets and the Bills. We have a big preview. Obviously, notes written down, stats, all that. It's just like football is here finally, and we can finally accept it. Baseball, fuck you. New York baseball specifically. But the thing is, like, you know what's going to be weird about this? It's not even going to be weird. It's just going to suck about this week, and I hope it doesn't happen. It's like you wait until a certain moment, right, in your life. Like, you're like, oh, my God, it's here. And then it's like, let's just say you're a week away from it. It's slow. It's a slow grind till that specific day. It's like the anticipation gets higher and higher, but the timing of the week gets slower and slower. But you know what? I hope this week goes by really quick so I could see my team play football. And I'm damn excited to go over this football team. Break the 13-year curse.
Yeah, okay. Shasta, Booyah, what's up?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Are the Yankees for real now, or is it just one of their winning streaks? I think they're just winning with the kids. I think at some point it's going to catch up to them. They're winning with the kids. They should have. And listen, it's all fine and well, but they should have done this about 2 months ago. So, it's right in front of us. As our great manager would say. And Jacob also says right here, is right in front of us. So where should we start off? I know obviously Kenny's be coming here at some point. Where should we start off?
Oh, wait. You boys have a bet to announce.
Oh, yes. And I have multiple other things to announce. So
Bet to announce.
this was decided about maybe 2 weeks ago when we were on vacation. It's a weird idea, but if you're in the city and if you live in the city, you kind of get the vibe that this type of person is, I can't say accepted, but if you look like this, you're weirded out. Or at least if you look like a certain, which we'll talk about in a second, most people will find you weird. Shouts to my man Armand of the Jets Turbulence.
What's up, Armand?
What is up, Armand?
Well, brother.
So here's the bet. Now, of course, we didn't make a bet for the New York Giants, New York Jets preseason game.
Why would we?
Because there's no point that they play in the regular season. So last year, the last 2 years, the bet was, because it was preseason, if the Jets won, I would have to put on a Jets jersey and Jets hat. Otherwise, Luca would have to put on a Giants jersey and a Giants hat, or whatever the case may call for. So this year we're changing it up, and it has to do with really neither in terms of the bet. This was decided by a friend of ours who was a big part of the channel when we first started out and stuff like that. And I'll tell you the sequence of events. So we were on the last day of Atlantic City, and we went to Bass Pro Shops. If anyone knows me and knows Luca, we spent a couple of years in Pennsylvania and basically redneck country. Now, this is going to be a bizarre bet, but it's funny, and this might actually be caught on video depending on the circumstances. So we were looking around, those different hunting jackets, there's different hunting gear and stuff like that. If the Jets win or if the Giants win, the opposite fan has to go in that Monday or Tuesday of college and dress up like they're going to hunt. No guns, none of that shit. But basically, a Bass Pro Shops hat, a hunting jacket, hunting boots, and hunting pants. So I expect if the Giants lose to get a lot of weird looks, and Luca, I guess, would profess the same type of emotions. And Luca has agreed to this. I have agreed to this. It was agreed to in Bass Pro Shops in Atlantic City. So that's just a little weird bet for you guys.
Also, let me just say this: what do we do? What was the bet if we both teams tied?
The bet would be that we have to both wear it on different days. So just a little weirdness for you guys, but it's gonna be fun. If the Giants win, John has to become a Yankees fan.
No,
I kind of like that idea actually.
I will not become a Yankees fan ever.
But
never. There's never my team.
He's lying.
No, I never lie.
You never lie. Are you kidding?
When do I lie?
Okay. Alexa, Feeble, and Luca Legend. What is up to Brad? Brad also says Alexa has the Skull 2LT bottle of Coke, and Feeble and Luca have to skull a 2-liter.
Wire nail having either a small, deep head or a projection to one part of the head.
This is because it says Alexa in here. Thank you, Brad. You just triggered my Alexa. This is not the first time this has happened, folks. So I can see we're off to a running start here on the show.
Yes.
But, anyway, I like this one. If the Jets lose, John has to
I'm not wasting my money on that cheeseburger. All right.
Hey, listen.
The Vogelburger.
Listen, look. Here's the thing, and I have some more comments to read in a second. But for John's birthday, I already told him that there's a certain player on the Mets that wears number 15. His name is Danny Mendick, and John's birthday is April 15th. So when John's birthday comes around, I got to get him a Danny Mendick jersey.
That's not happening. If you get me it, I get to burn it.
I control the circumstances.
I get to burn it.
Do you?
Yeah, and then it'll be like the burning of the Mets 2023 season and everything that went with it.
Essentially. On September 4th at 8:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Alex professes love for redneck country. Not necessarily, but if you want to go down that route, you might want to. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say you can scan me, you can do all that shit if you want, but Yeah, I lost. I'll probably have a paper on my back or one that says I lost a bet. Oh, this is an interesting bet from Crackleness. He bets his right nipple that the Giants have a better record than the Jets.
Then you have to get it surgically removed if the Jets end up having the better record.
I don't think he's gonna. 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes. Like I feel like it was a little bit more.
10 seconds.
Our show was off the rails yesterday when we were doing the Yankee game. It was like 10 seconds, and Brad was just commenting away and all that.
Yeah. Who needs Mansell when you have Alexa? Yeah, right. If the Giants have a better record, Angry John has to wear Yankees merch and has to go outside and say, "Let's go."
No, that's disgusting.
I like that. I like that. Alexa, just get him a Chapman Mets jersey. I think we could always arrange for that. Why Danny Mendick? Well, it's a catchy name, Danny Mendick. And John's birthday, his date is the same as Danny Mendick's number, the 15th. So April 15th.
Terrible.
Listen,
Get him off the team.
Listen, I didn't make the rules.
You did.
I just enforced them. That's how I go. Angry John gonna go to Citi Field and boo every Met player while wearing a Yankees jersey.
I'd never wear a Yankees jersey.
If the Jets don't make the playoffs, John and Luke have to get a shirt saying we are fans of Aaron Boone.
That's worse for him.
Yeah, it's because we totally love Mr. Aaron Boone. With that being said, I also said I would do this yesterday, or at least I brought this up yesterday. And before we could still do a warm-up exercise for the Immaculate Grid. This is always a good idea too. I could get him.
That's
always good. You know what, Jacob? Good idea. That's for Christmas.
That is. I'll burn that.
Yeah, it's the Dominic the Donkey Christmas song.
I'd rather hold an I Love Aaron Boone poster than wear a Dominic the Donkey jersey.
I highly doubt that, John.
Yes, I do.
But so I have to mention this, and I mentioned it pre-show. So I don't know if we've brought it up on here, but these two like to bet, right? These two like to place bets, and Luke is looking away because he knows what he did.
Because you're not even going to tell the full story.
You're not, though. He's not.
Okay, so I will tell the full story, all right?
Yeah.
So they went 4-0 last weekend on college bets. Not this past weekend, the other weekend. So they went 4-0. Okay, great success, whatever. You know, Lucas still has had his...
I love how he's just not touting.
I know,
he's
so
like, casual.
Whatever.
Because it's 2 weeks ago. It's not that important.
It was...
But anyway, going to that, this weekend... we got Tweedledee and then Captain Dumb over here decided to take TCU by 20 points against Colorado and Deion Sanders.
Bro, if you look at some of the betting experts, they will say take TCU by 20.5.
That's because they want you to lose money. So that's one of the
exactly
bets they made.
It's not
We
did not know Deion's team that would be that good.
We didn't think he'd be that good. He punched us in the mouth. All right.
That was a college football upset, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
That was not a spread of like 5.5. That was a 20.5 line.
Even if you're gonna sit here and tell me this, that, and the other thing, even if they lost, and it'd still be a competitive game. So cry about that. But the other game Luca lost. Yes. Even these two idiots. Mm-hmm. I believed in Colorado.
No. Everyone's lying. Everyone's lying. Nobody's talking about Colorado.
I was literally talking to Brian about how the bet was stupid. I was talking to him about it.
You're talking about Brian about stupid things?
It's one of the moments he was right.
That's so mindless.
I'll admit he was right. He was right. All right, but there's been plenty where he's been wrong, and you know it.
I've documented that.
All right.
Baker Mayfield.
But here's what I don't get. You don't praise us when we go perfect.
Exactly.
Because you guys are always down to lose.
What? We have 2 weeks.
What if we go undefeated?
Why the hell are you wearing your hat like that?
Because I'm so shunned by your...
I won't defend.
I'm so disappointed, okay? I'm so disappointed that you would go to Brian and think he'd actually have smart ideas.
Hey, listen.
But anyways, hold on a second. What if we go like 3-0 this weekend? You gonna say anything now?
He's gonna be like, "Oh yeah." Anyway,
nobody wears their hat like that, Luker.
When I get pissed off,
it would be an entertaining spot if he did come in for a rebuttal, but unfortunately, he's working tonight.
Maybe next week.
I don't think anybody better on the Baylor game. three-way fight. Well, I mean, it's actually them two against me. So
Well, also technically, I'm not putting money down. I'm helping Luca and everything.
essentially, yes, Brad is right about this one. So the other two that Luca got wrong was he thought for some reason that North Texas was going to either beat California or that they were going to lose by less than 6.
California has a questionable fucking defense.
It's California. North
You,
Texas.
you're making them out to be like an SEC team, like the top SEC team. They're a mid-tier. They're a mid-tier
North
team in the
Texas.
fucking
It's
Pac-12.
North Texas. What was the
If I'm
final
right.
score, Luca? Did John? Did you help him out on that one?
That was the one I didn't give him.
And what do you have to say about that, John?
58-21 California.
Well,
I was literally reading to see which bet I should make per the experts, and they said, you know what, California, their quarterback can run the football, but they don't know if he could pass. There's questions around that. There was questions around the defense,
California.
and they
We're
were
still in a better
they're
conference.
a Pac-12 conference mid-tier team. They were 4-8 last season.
They still could pull it out against North Texas. The third game, I won't give you that much shit for because arguably you still lost, by the way. I'm not giving you that much shit for because you bet, what was it, Texas Tech to win
Texas Tech
over Wyoming. So I'm not going to give you that much shit. You did go 0-3 on the weekend. So I just want to.
It was an awful weekend. I give Dion his credit. All right, I give the quarterback his credit. I give that kid Hunter his credit.
Travis Hunter. What do you have, like 100 snaps, and he caught an interception. He had a touchdown, I think, or two, and like 100-something yards.
Right. But again, you guys had you know what? Put it to you this way. I'll put it the way.
You win some, you lose some.
You had a feeble weekend. Okay.
All right, we'll be back next weekend. Next weekend.
First of all, Luca, you literally made a bet with me that you're not betting for 2 weeks. You did. You remember that? I said you lose this Texas. What was it? No, it was the North Texas bet. I said you lose the North Texas bet, you're done. You're done for 2 weeks. You notice how he's not saying anything.
I'm not done though. I didn't agree to that.
No, not everything's about you, John.
Yes, it is.
So I'll have a veal chop for John. Angry John got to work September 23rd, laughing my ass off.
Why is that funny? I'd rather work.
How about this, Alex?
Work than see the crummy Yankees.
Can I still place props? Because I didn't place any props this weekend.
We didn't bet on specifics, so I don't think so. You should have clarified that.
Luca, don't worry, I got this. All right.
0-3, just like the Giants.
Oh,
wait.
Oh, Crossface coming into the defense.
Crossface isn't Crossface a Steelers fan?
I actually don't remember. You can
I
remind us
think he
what
is,
fan
right?
you are.
Are we seriously doing weekly bets with Professor and Luca? Well,
I mean,
on Sunday mornings, I'm gonna figure out some more stuff, but we're probably gonna be bringing you Sunday morning bets and stuff like that, and fantasy stuff. But let's see, Feeble running away like a rat.
How did I run away?
Brian and Smart are like peanut butter and a tuna fish. That's funny, Armin. I'll give you that. I don't hate California. I knew they were gonna win. Last time Cal was good, they had Aaron Rodgers. Well, they also had Davis Webb, so I just throw that one in there. 0-3 for the Jets. If you wear your Jets hat, you're most likely person who shits in a porta potty.
Ew,
Okay.
that's disgusting, crack.
That's an interesting one. But I'm done. I'm done. Okay, I'm done ripping these two idiots for their betting misuses.
they're actually quite smart.
Still over 500.
Oh yeah.
Four.
Well, you know what? Stop
Four,
that, John. You
three.
sound like a Yankee. You sound like a
No,
Yankee.
no. You
We're still over
No.
500.
No. When you gamble, okay, you should be, if you're really good, even the experts only get like 60% right.
You're not an expert.
I didn't say I was when did I proclaim that I was an expert?
I'm just making a point.
I didn't say I was. Look at him putting words in my mouth.
This is Alex. I mean, he's going to secretly he's going to tell us that he's not going to tell us that he secretly rigged it for Colorado this week and Wyoming.
Yeah, apparently, guys, I have pull in college football enough to make these two losers. Apparently that's the thing.
I also think you're going to have enough pull to rig the game for the Giants this week.
No, I don't have any pull like that. Sorry.
I won't be mad at the Giants win. I really don't want to see Sunil's Cowboys win.
Yeah, because we're gonna get
I'm
shit
being
about it
honest.
for the next 2 weeks, especially if he beats your team. But I don't think that'll happen. Anyway, we'll do a warm-up exercise, and we'll also go into our predictions afterwards. Shohei Ohtani has been scratched from tonight's lineup due to a right oblique tightness. Adding on the injuries for Shohei Ohtani. Luca is the brains and John is the idiot supplying him the money.
Not true.
See, I was right.
Not true.
Crossface is a Steelers fan, so you guys can diagnose the grid. I'm just going to quickly get water, which is like 2 steps away from me, and then think of ideas. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right.
All right.
So column by column, we've got the Seattle Seahawks versus the Saints, the Commanders, the Commies, and the Titans. We also got the up top. We have the Seahawks, the Colts, and a 1,000-yard receiving season.
Okay.
Interesting.
If I think of the Saints Seahawks, right?
Okay.
First guy that comes to mind is Jimmy Graham.
That's a good one.
We got also, because I think he was in that trade, Max Unger, the former center.
Okay.
That's also another one. Yep.
And
Go ahead,
I
Luca.
think I'm going to add also something along with the same category. Brandon Marshall for the Saints and the Seahawks.
Okay.
All right. So, what do we got so far?
I threw out 2 guys. I said Jimmy Graham and Max Unger.
I think
Brandon
Max
Marshall.
Unger would be who?
Saints and Seahawks.
Okay.
I said Brandon Marshall.
Julius Jones is another one.
Julius Jones. Okay.
He's the running back that he played in like the 2000s.
Could that be a rarer score than Max Unger?
I don't know, actually. Offensive line or running back. Huh.
Yeah, most teams don't know that. Most people that don't know that Marshall actually played with the Saints, so that's just an interesting one.
It's up to you. Pick who you want to do it.
Well,
I
Marshall.
think running back, as you said.
Who?
The running back, was it Julius Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
0.4%.
All right, good start. Good start.
Good start. All right. Let's see, we got here Washington and Seattle and Tennessee. Well, Jamarco Jones doesn't count. I don't think he does, at least, because let's see if he was on the team last year. If he was on the team last year, then we could make a point for it.
I think Colts Saints. You could probably see Kobe Fleener.
Colts Saints, Colby Fleener. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 45%. Good job, Luca.
It's the first one to come.
I'm gonna test. Let's see. I'm gonna look up if Jamarco Jones actually played in any games, or was he?
Who?
Jamarco Jones.
Tackle.
Yeah. I mean, he was with both teams. Just whether he played. It doesn't look like he played in 22. So that's a tough one. Also, shout outs to Bill in the building.
What's up, Mr. Bill? Hope all is well.
And we also got some comments, of course.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestions.
Yes.
I'm thinking Saints. I'm thinking of one. Saints and 1,000 yards. Marquise Colston did it.
Marcus Colston.
How do you spell that?
QUS or UES.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, 23%.
Mm-hmm.
So this won't get the lowest score ever.
Well, we already weren't. We already hit a 45.
Right.
All right. As I got to go blow my nose because.
All right, he's got to blow his nose. Deshaun Jackson for 1,000 yards in Washington.
Did he ever do it?
Yeah, he did.
All right.
2,000
Armin also suggested Lavernius Coles, which is a very good one. I don't know if Santana Moss ever did it for the Commanders.
Santana Moss. Mandos. Yeah, he did. So Which one you want to go with?
I'm gonna go Santana Moss.
Okay, so Santana Moss. 21%. Yeah, we're definitely not getting a good score today. Well, if we wanted to get the highest score ever, we got Carson Wentz, but we're not going to go that route.
There's also, as Mike suggests, Pierre Garcon. Did he play with the Colts? I think he did. I'm not sure.
Could. Another guy, I think, speaking of receivers, Dontrell Inman. He played.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
That one might get a low score. Okay, it's 0.2%. See, I beat John there. So there's that. And then let's see what else we got here.
Thinking of Titans wideouts.
Titans. One of the Hollister.
Kenny Britt. I was thinking Kenny Britt for Seattle and not Seattle. Tennessee and 1,000 yards. Maybe Kenny Britt. There's also Nate Washington.
Let me see Cody Hollister, and then I'll go back to your guess.
I got one for Tennessee.
Okay.
This was in the 80s. Drew Hill.
Tennessee and who?
Tennessee and 1,000 yards.
Drew Hill. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 1%. All right, Luca. What were your suggestions beforehand?
I was suggesting. I said
Kenny
Kenny
Britt
Britt for 1,000 yards.
Oh,
okay.
But
So
that's already done. Did Randy Moss ever play for the Colts?
I don't think so.
Also, by the way, a good one for Seattle, Tennessee, or Colts, Tennessee. Matt Hasselbeck.
I'll do Colts. You know what? No, I'll do this. Okay, 41%.
jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
today.
yeah. What is up? Max on the beat says, "Sup guys?
What's up,
Long time
man?
no see. Busy with work. Well, we appreciate you coming in, man. As I said, for all the people here, in a few minutes, we'll be going through our predictions.
The first guy I think of for what's his face? The Seahawks and Commanders is Sean Alexander. I think that'd be too obvious.
Right.
Armand had a suggestion for that one. Joey Galloway as well.
Mhm. And that was for Washington and Seattle.
Seahawks.
All right. Do you want to go with that one?
Yeah, we'll go with that one. Why not? We'll give the chat a answer.
Hey, Joey Galloway, 3%. Very good, Armand. And then Colts, Danico Autry.
Okay.
Danico
All right.
Autry. Score 143, 8% for Danico Autry. So I did good on my guesses.
No. This is partially Alex's fault.
Me?
Because he put Hasselbeck for Titans Seahawks. Everybody knows he played.
You said
that's
either
right.
or. You said either or. Okay. You
I
didn't say
said either or, but Seattle was the most obvious guess. You chose at the end of the day, so you're wrong.
No.
Oh,
You didn't direct me. You know,
round two, fight.
Sit there and be a fucking clown.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Brad is right, by the way. Let's get those likes up to 10.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it.
So even Jacob knew. He was ding, ding, ding. 143 was the score on the day. So not our greatest. But
At least it's perfect today.
yeah, today it is. Unlike yesterday where Luca kind of sabotaged us.
They didn't tell us that we got
He
one
didn't
wrong.
tell us that we got one wrong.
I'll never forget that.
But anyway,
Like
how about
always,
we dip into some predictions?
All right.
are we doing like our just regular season predictions? Are we doing like what
Do
specific?
you want to go through team first, or do you want to go through NFL wide?
Let's do team first.
Okay. All right. So first up, we got, and if you guys can follow along and comment your predictions in the chat.
Yes, we're giving out certain awards.
Yes.
Preseason awards, should I say?
Yes.
What? No. Wait.
I said
okay,
preseason before
okay.
the season,
I know,
not actual
Before regular
preseason.
season.
I was like,
Exactly.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're not giving preseason.
Come on, John. Think with your head here. Shouts to Benji in chat.
What's up, Benji?
Let's see what else we got here as well. Okay. Sack leader. Start with that. Who's going to lead your team in sacks? And then give an explanation as to why. And also, Give us a number.
John, I'll
Going
let you go first.
All right. I got the man Quinnen Williams up the middle. He's going to get only 9. That's because the Jets are going to have a bunch of guys with a few sacks each week. So it's not going to be one guy feasting. It's everyone's going to get their share in their pile. And that's my prediction for Q Williams.
I think Quinnen Williams continues to grow. I do agree with John's point, but I'm actually going to have him at around 13 sacks. I believe he had 12.5 last year, if I'm not mistaken. He'll go up a tick up. But again, what's going to help Quinnen Williams and what's going to help all the other pass rushers is just there's so many weapons in the defensive line that, it's going to grow at some point. So,
Okay. Mike says Kayvon will get 12 sacks. In regards to the Giants, Max says Azeez or Dexy 7.5 to 9.5. Well, you guys are mixing it up a little bit because I have Kayvon Thibodeau leading the New York Giants in sacks at 8. You don't get
that's a fair guess.
the weird. Wait, I'm sorry. What was that thing, Luca?
I said that's a fair guess.
Now, I'm not going to say that Kayvon Thibodeau is going to have this breakout season, but 8 sacks, you could consider it. Azeez Ojulari being healthy is going to be huge for this team. You got Isaiah Simmons, who's coming in as a blitzer, which is going to help. A lot of depth there, defensive line depth helping out as well. So there's that. And you don't get 10 sacks often in Wink's system. So I'm going to go ahead and say Kayvon Thibodeau has 8 sacks and leads the Giants this season. Armin says, I think Quinnen has 9, but gets double-teamed and other rushes get at the quarterback.
That's to John's point, but I agree with that.
Right on.
Giants to be better than last year. Yeah, no, I mean, they'll be about the same, but obviously we do have our individual win predictions and stuff like that. Our team is sacked by community due to Wink's scheme with constant blitzing. Yes, it depends on obviously who gets to the quarterback. There'll be cornerback blitzes, safety blitzes, linebacker blitzes, all type of blitzes, but that's mainly as to why players really don't get 10 sacks in Wink's system that often.
I'm curious if, just a question here. I'm curious if Wink learned under Rex.
I know the defensive coordinator before him was Dean Pease. Let me take a look at something here. I'm actually gonna take a look at Wink and his what do you call it? His resume here. So he was linebackers coach for the Raiders for a little bit. Let me see if him and Rex cross paths. I know Dean Pease, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was with, let's see, did they ever cross paths? 2012. No, they never crossed paths. So
disagree because Max says he is in Rex's tree.
Let's take a look. Western Kentucky, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not seeing any like similarities here. Like the scheme, yes, but it doesn't appear they've crossed paths. Like, I'll check again, but 2005 he was with the Ravens while Wink was in Oakland. So maybe Rob Ryan was with him as well, but
could be.
John, 30 likes and John will trade Pete Alonso.
No, you know what, Jacob? I'm going to trade you for a chocolate chip cookie at this point.
Okay. Bosa, 18 sacks. Hargrave, 16 sacks. That's a very, very bold take there.
Wow.
Do you think that we'll keep this in tabs because there is predictions coming along? I got Jason Pennock with the most interceptions with 6. Okay. Yeah, let me just quickly check if Rob Ryan crossed paths with Wink because I'm pretty sure he did.
Did Rob Ryan run the same system though as Rex? Because Rex was a 3-4 guy.
So he is in the Rob Ryan tree. He was linebacker coach when Rob Ryan was the D coordinator in Oakland with I think it was the Gruden era. So
yeah, with Chucky.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chucky. But I do have Kayvon Thibodeau at 8 sacks. Now this one I like. This one I think is going to be interesting here. Touchdown interception ratios for quarterbacks. I'm going to start with you know what? Give me Luka. I'll start with there.
All right, so for the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, I have Rodgers throwing 38 touchdown passes to 11 interceptions.
Okay, I got him at 30 touchdowns, so less touchdowns, but fewer interceptions at 7.
Okay. All right. Any specific reasoning, or you just
Well,
going?
Rogers throughout his whole career, if anyone doesn't know, he's the all-time history best TD to interception ratio. So he doesn't throw many picks, and that's just who he is. He takes care of the football.
All right. So with Daniel Jones, I'm gonna go ahead and say 13 interceptions and 25 touchdowns.
Okay.
Now, of course, that could go up, of course, with the new weapons. But last year, he only threw 15. So, and I don't think there's going to be much utilization, or at least as much as last year's utilization in the running game. It depends how defenses really play the New York Giants, but I do need Daniel Jones to throw at least 25 this year, just my personal opinion. DJ, I have 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Okay.
That's a
listen,
somewhat fair thing. Fair
Yeah,
prediction.
if he throws more interceptions, he's got to throw at least more touchdowns. Like, I know that's a stupid saying, but yeah, if he plays week 3, Brad, if he plays week 3, remember he has not come back. He's got to come back first,
Exactly.
38. Wow, that's high in terms of the whoever.
Yep,
paid
that's my
DJ.
prediction.
DJ is gonna cook 30 touchdowns, 6 rushing touchdowns with more interceptions this season with 12. As I said, you throw more touchdowns, I don't mind it if it comes with more interceptions. Kind of like my philosophy being in baseball, if you hit more home runs, at least be on average, depending on who the player you are. My prediction is 3 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Zach comes in mid-year. He's talking about Aaron Rodgers. Imagine. If he threw 15 last season, then change mine to 12 to 16. What, in terms of passing touchdowns or interceptions, Max? I could never do one of these, but do like watching you guys do
Appreciate
them.
it, Bill.
Yeah,
Thank you, man.
We love interacting with our fans and doing all these sorts of things. So we appreciate it, Bill. I think DJ has combined 25 combined touchdowns passing and running. Okay. Daniel Jones threw, how many did he throw last year? I think it was under 10, I think.
Was it 8?
He threw 5 interceptions.
5, okay.
So I do expect an uptick, which is fine. What's the most rushing yards Daniel Jones had in a full season? I think it had to go back to last year. Daniel Jones was rushing 708. So that tells you all you need to know there.
Yep.
But moving on, receiving yards leader. I'm going to go ahead and defer to John.
I got Garrett Wilson. This year he's going to hit 1,250. 1,250 yards for Garrett Wilson.
I will say this. How many touchdowns does he catch?
I'm going to say he gets 7 this year. 7
Okay.
TDs.
Okay. Hoodie Luca.
I will say that Garrett Wilson will lead the Jets in receiving yards with about 1,305, and he'll get about 8 touchdowns.
Okay. And by the way, guys, I just want to mention this in the comments section. This does not have to be wide receiver. It could be a running back. It could be a wide receiver. It could be a tight end. So I see a lot of ones coming in. Wandale Robinson for me. Wow. I don't know if Wandale's going to play week 1 or maybe in that interactive, but hey, listen, be wrong. I got Paris Campbell because he's our slot. Okay. Darren Waller, 1,080 yards. Okay.
Mm.
And then Hoodie Luker. We got 4 more likes to 15, by the way, ladies and gents. And then we also got 20 votes so far on the poll. Who's better in 2023? 50% say Giants, 45% say Jets, 5% say same record. So a little bit there. And Max also says Waller gets our leading touchdowns and leading receiving yards. Okay. So I'm going to go Darren Waller here. He needs to stay healthy. That's going to be a big X factor in terms of the New York Football Giants. I'm gonna go. I don't think he's gonna get 1,000. I think he's gonna get. Let's be real precise about this. 943 yards. 943. So, receiving touchdowns. Let me go with. Let's go with 8. 8 touchdowns. So, that's what I got on that. Let's keep this train moving. Breakout player. Let's go to Luker.
Well, I'm going to be honest. This is pretty unanimous between me and John. This is Jermaine Johnson, defensive end from Florida State last year. Obviously, I think he got 2.5 sacks, a little bit low on the snap count. I think he got around like 30% of the snaps. I'm just going to double check to make sure I'm right here. Jermaine Johnson, he got about 34% of defensive snaps last year. I expect that to go up, and I expect just in general his production to go up. Obviously, with Carl Lawson injury, they're probably going to work him back a little bit. And Jermaine Johnson's going to see more snaps in his second year, and I think he had a great preseason, so he's only just going to get better.
All right. Shots to my man Miz in the chat. If you guys haven't already, definitely
What's up,
go
Miz?
subscribe to Miz. Wampag, what's up? Ball spread wins championships. Yeah, I agree with that. Mike says Kayvon is going to be our breakout player. Max says Evan Neal and Kayvon. Mine is Tibbs, 10 sacks. And then John, if you have any explanation as to why you're going with Jermaine Johnson.
Well, I just think, as Lucas said, the usage all goes up, but also they really figured out not only, that he got a lot stronger and faster, but they really figured out how to use him and the technique they had to use him. If you saw in preseason, a lot of his sacks, you watched the film, he really was in a good stand-up. And, every time he put his hands to the ground or he got low, that was a really weakness for him. But if he stood up and he was like, toe-to-toe with a tackle or a guard, he really destroyed them. And I don't know what it is about him doing that, but you look at the tape and it doesn't lie. So
you're saying they're using him more as a stand-up rusher?
Yeah.
Good for them, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, he's also gotten stronger, as you probably just mentioned. Stronger. He's obviously fast as hell. He's a good bend.
You have more momentum that way if you're standing up.
Yeah, and that's just how some guys need to be stand-up. Some guys
violent
can't.
too.
Right, and some guys need it, some guys don't. But Johnson they're figuring out that he's a stand-up pass rusher, and that seems to work for him. So that's why I think he's going to break out.
Yeah, appreciate Jacob putting in the chat, Mrs. Channel. So once again, appreciate Jacob. Who is my breakout player? I have not yet decided this. I have two in mind. I think Paris Campbell could definitely be one of them because I feel like a lot of Giant fans, they're looking at Darren Waller, they're looking at Saquon Barkley. I think Paris Campbell is severely underrated. He did also have a very good year last year. But you know what? Should I go Paris Campbell here? I don't think I will. I think I'm going to go Kayvon Thibodeau. I think he's going to make more plays. I did say 8 sacks, but I also think he might make more plays in the running game. If I'm going to have a second tier to that one, I'm going to go ahead and say Leonard Williams has what the fuck are you doing, Luca? I guess his glasses out.
Keep talking. Just keep talking.
Okay. Leonard Williams is my second breakout player, but right now it's going to go ahead and be Kayvon Thibodeau. So, breakout player Daniel Bellinger.
Okay.
I mean, is a rental. He's got a 1 year.
I mean, I guess. Listen, Daniel Jones likes using the tight ends, but do you think Bellinger is going to get enough reps where he could be that breakout guy? Because I see that more going to Darren Waller.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean. I'll say this, with the amount of weapons on offense, I do see him getting open more, like if they do a lot of 2 tight end sets. But
do you think they double Waller and leave him open like in the flat?
I can't predict that, but I think it would be tough to double Waller, especially with Jalen Hyatt on the field as a deep threat. So
that's fair enough.
Again, shout outs to Mac. If you guys haven't already, go sub up to his channel. I know he was live earlier today. We'll play him at fullback. That is true. They will have him at fullback, and we're going to play like 12 personnel, which is 2 tight end sets. So should be really interesting come, obviously, Sunday night and whatever else we see during the week. So now we move to the offensive X factor. I'm going to defer. Who went first the last time?
It was me because we brought up Jermaine Johnson. So Angry John will take this. But I also have another player in mind. But John, you go first.
Sorry. Well, my do not disturb is on, and it is. I don't know why that's happening. I apologize. But anyway, the guy I have on offense, and actually this is the unanimous one too for me and Luca, Mekhi Becton. A guy that really, if he reaches his ceiling, he could be a Pro Bowl level tackle. And I know it's very weird for me to say that because I've been very, very hard on him. And not Luca has, but not to my extent. But
Right.
Mekhi Becton, if he's right, he can really help this run game even get going, especially with the weapons we have there with Hall, Cook, Carter, and Abanikanda can all get going. And it's just ridiculous that when he's in shape and when he can use all his physical tools, he could be a special player. But that remains to be seen because this guy has not played in 2 seasons. So he's my X factor on offense. Luca, you want to explain why? But first, before you go, shout out to Coach Ed who's in the chat.
What's up, Mr. Coach Ed?
Peace and blessings to you, man. Really appreciate it.
I was going to say, obviously, I actually originally agreed with you in terms of Becton. You've said you've nailed the points, and you've been an outspoken critic of Becton, which is understandable. The guy hasn't played 2 years. Obviously, he ran his mouth a little bit towards training camp, but he's earned the spot. He's played very well in the preseason, especially at right tackle, even though they gave him both left tackle and right tackle reps. It's going to come down to the knee. Even Salah said when the knee starts to have pain, I guess he's just going to have to fight through it. So you give him credit on that. I mean, the right side of the offensive line could be really explosive with Elijah Vera-Tucker and Mekhi Becton. What was originally supposed to be the left side of this offensive line, if you go back to 2021, when they slotted AVT at guard and Mekhi Becton left tackle, but now the tides have turned. They switched to right tackle. But my X factor for the offense, I'm actually going to go Laken Tomlinson. He had a really poor year last year. I'm going to pull up the numbers. Really poor year. He actually led the team in run stuffs, and it was bad. The film the film actually is worse than the numbers indicate. I'm going to try to find the exact number that Laken Tomlinson had. Tomlinson, let me find it here because I have it in my little game plan. Tomlinson. Coming off a down season, ranked 48th out of 64 guards on the left guard leaderboard per PFF, and he led the Jets in run stuffs allowed with 51. And there's a lot of obviously we'll do this later on. There's there's a lot of bad blocking on the film, whether it's pass protection, miscommunications, and all the run stuffs. It just wasn't his year. And he's a good player. He was a Pro Bowl player 2 years ago. We just hope he can return to that form. Again, he's going to be lined up next to Dwayne Brown. He's going to have to turn around for this Jets offensive line to be good.
Here's the one thing I'll say, and I don't disagree with anything you said about Tomlinson. I want him to have a bounce back here and be what he was supposed to be last year. But I always say, Luca, now offensive line, every position on the line is important, but a tackle is always more important than a guard. That's the only reason why I'd say Becton is more than Tomlinson.
I understand.
But, Alex, do you want to go and pick your guy?
Coach Ed says, I love the smooth look from Luca.
Right and smooth.
It's a hoodie. It's hoodie willow.
Maybe I should wear the shades for next week when we do Monday Night Football.
Yeah, if they help you win.
Sure, I guess. By the way, as I said, I put Ed's channel in. I put Mac's channel in. Appreciate them popping in. 8 sacks with even the holding he catches that aren't called. I think he's going to have to overcome that this year. And I know, of course, that's hard. That's easier said than done. But I feel like in year 2, you got to start to overcome that a little bit. Wampag says Will McDonald. What is that? An X Factor one? But
we didn't exactly go through defensive X factors yet. We went through offensive X factors, but maybe he's referring to a breakout player potentially.
Okay, all right. Waller and Jones are going to be great. Shouts to Neil in the chat. Thibodeau is already superb. All those secondaries good and got better. My breakout is the linebacker corps, though. Okay, all right. Okay. Got that.
Good prediction.
Talking about that.
Yeah,
thanks. I appreciate the support. Means a lot. Yeah,
of course, Coach.
We appreciate you coming in, Coach. Who has the better defense, Jets or Giants?
Hold on. Can you ask that again?
What?
Say that again. Who? Ask the question again because I didn't hear it.
You're full of shit. Yes, you heard it.
Can you please say it again? Just say it again.
I know what's coming, and I know what he's gonna do in response gonna be.
Okay, the question. All right, fine. The question is, who has the better defense, the Jets or Giants? The answer is, you gotta be fucking kidding me,
I knew it. He's horrible.
I'm not horrible.
bro.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not, you're not. I promise you, I will banish you from the Monday night stream. It's just gonna be me and John, and they'll invite us.
It's my fucking channel. What are you talking about?
Oh, we have a round.
I can set this up. I can set it up.
You don't dictate shit.
Okay,
We'll go back to this one. We'll go back.
but the answer is Jets. The answer is Jets, in my opinion.
The
X
Jets
factor
have-
on offense is Waller and DJ. Someone's echoing or something like that in the background. Anyway, so I'm actually going to opt differently, and I won't say Darren Waller. I will not. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't know because I'm twisted between him and Evan Neal. And this is of course offensive X factor. So in terms of Evan Neal, if he gives Daniel Jones at least solid time to throw the football, then I have no issue. Then he could get it out to anybody. And if Waller isn't even on the field, he could get out to Jalen Hyatt. He could get out to Paris Campbell, swinging out to Saquon in the flat. But Darren Waller being on the field, I think I'm going to go with Darren Waller by this much. I'm going to go by Darren Waller this much because obviously we needed Daniel Jones to up his game a little bit more in terms of passing touchdowns. And I think he's going to do that with Waller on the field. So I'm going to go say Darren Waller is the offensive X factor. Defensive line, I like our young corners, but the Jets have better corners as of right now. I like our safeties and linebackers better than any Jets linebackers.
He
Yeah,
also says the Giants' defensive line, and I'm going to say I have to disagree, but that's his opinion.
Wait, what did Alex say?
No. Max was saying how he was like we were doing who is the better defense, Jets or Giants. He said that the Giants' defensive line's better.
Oh no, sorry, nope.
but anyway, let's go ahead and go to the defensive X factor. Whoever didn't go first last time, you go first now.
Go ahead, Luca.
I'm going to go with Tony Adams. Now, Adams was an undrafted free agent, I think, out of Illinois or it might have been Illinois last year. Played a few games for the Jets. It wasn't a major role. He obviously played defense down the stretch as the high safety in some of their sets. He showcases a good football IQ. Tackling form could be a little better. Gets the ball really quickly. He's more of a rover, especially in the back, the defensive backfield. But the big thing is he's going to be slotted into the free safety spot, if I'm correct. And he doesn't have that much experience on him. It's not like he started all the games last year where he started right from the get-go as rookie. It was LaMarcus Joyner taking that spot. So now Jets fans are left into question whether is he better than LaMarcus Joyner or not. Now the coaching staff has really hyped him up. He didn't even play 2 preseason games. He only played 1. And, some of the starters only played 1 preseason game, maybe 2. But Adams was only playing 1, and that was against the Giants. And we really haven't heard from him in camp, except some people say good things because he flies all around and gets some interceptions. We just hope that obviously he could be good, and, he continues to grow as a young safety. If he plays average, it's just going to help this defense so much.
All right. We have the better depth.
Disagree.
Wait, who does?
The Giants.
On the defensive line?
I disagree.
Oh, that's so wrong. Not even close.
We have the best third down edge rusher in the game.
We have a first-round pick on our second team.
I just disagree.
No,
See if he gets playing time, though.
Yes,
But
he will get playing time.
That's because it's so much depth.
Like
then don't put a.
I'll name everybody on the defensive line right now because I think Max just named them.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jacob. Dexter Lawrence, A'Shawn Robinson, Leo Williams, Nunez Roches, and our rookie Jordan Riley, who looks like a beast. And all these defensive linemen, aside from the rookie, have been rated amongst the top 30.
Quinnen Williams on the interior,
Mm-hmm.
bona fide stud. Al Woods, veteran defensive lineman who you got to look at how massive he is.
What I will say is this. He's not talking about edge, so if you want to take edge out of it,
Yeah,
he does run a 4-3.
Defensive line. Al Woods, Michael Clemens, John Franklin Myers, Quentin Jefferson, Quinn Williams. I'm sure there's more that I'm not naming.
So we'll see. We'll see. I know he's definitely talking about the factor of run stopping, but
I already named John Franklin Myers, who actually, I have a stat here. John Franklin Myers.
Oh, wait, no.
Well,
all right.
You know what? That's an edge stat, but regardless, you can keep going.
All right. Who didn't go yet?
I didn't.
John didn't go.
John didn't
So
go.
Luca, I was thinking about Tony Adams on the defense. I was an option. Here's why I'm going to disagree with you before I say my pick.
That's
because
fine.
LaMarcus Joyner was so bad last year, like you mentioned, and you mentioned it, all Tony Adams has to do, not even be an X factor, he just has to play average safety football.
That's fair.
Average safety football. Because LaMarcus Joyner was god awful. And you guys know how much I bashed him. I think it was after the first or second week. Whenever I came back on for football season, he was awful, man. Awful. And my guy that I'm going with is actually at linebacker, Jameen Sherwood, the X Factor. I really think that, at linebacker, we need guys that can cover and, and that can tackle. He's not a coverage guy, but he doesn't miss tackles a whole lot. Now, I will say, in my opinion, he was in the preseason. I thought Chaz Surratt actually played better than him, and that's a little bit of a hot take. But Jameen Sherwood needs to, help this linebacking crew finish off tackles. Not saying Mosley can't. He's a hit or miss player, and when he's on, but when he's not, sometimes it's a little off. And Quincy Williams is also a big hitter. He could also stop the run very well. But this linebacking core needs to finish tackles, okay? There is too many missed tackles at the linebacker spot when this team went off or when this team went cold down the stretch, and it killed them. So that's my answer for X Factor on defense. Go ahead, Alex. I know you got your other X Factor.
So I'm going to quickly just look at something as of 2022, and we'll see. So, okay. The Jets were top 15 in missed tackles, so it wasn't that bad. But mostly, as you said, Johnny.
No, I meant I know. At first they were fine, but down the stretch they got worse.
Yeah, no, of course. Him and McKinney are going to feast. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll admit,
Pinnock,
Max.
guys,
I'll admit. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll admit I never want to get rid of Jason Pinnock. I really liked him. Your safeties are better in overall, but our defensive line is better. Our corners are better, and I'd say our linebackers are better too.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that you wouldn't say Okereke is. You think Okereke is better than Mosley?
Mosley, I would take over most of the linebackers we have. Sure.
What about
the rest
Quincy?
the rest of you? I'm not taking Quincy over Okereke or Isaiah Simmons.
I don't know that I might have to think on, or that I need a whole season to play out.
Yeah, you guys see that
before I definitively say who's better.
But for most Giants touchdowns, I'm going to go Bellinger. Waller's going to get the attention, and Daniel will sneak in. Yeah, kind of like against the Panthers in the preseason game. I was like 15 minutes behind. I refreshed it, so I'm current. Sorry, my comments seem way too late.
No, that's okay, man.
No worries, bro.
It happens.
Do you think the Giants or Jets will get to more than 10 wins first? As I said, we got a win prediction.
Depends on the schedule.
Talk about that. So then our safeties are better than what if you're hoping? Then if
well, that's
you're
true. The Giants safeties.
I said the safeties are better. I'd rather have the Giants safeties.
The Giants need to finish their tackling too. I also think DJ Davidson could help the defensive line in some package. That is true. I'll give you corner. Okereke was one of the highest rated linebackers.
No, I like Okereke. I don't know. I'd have to watch a full season of both before I definitively say one is better.
Is crazy. So, referring to the X factor on defense, most will go ahead and say corner. I'm going to go ahead and say Azeez Ojulari. If he is on the field, the Giants will feast on opposing offensive lines. And one of my issues coming into the offseason was they need to get another edge rusher because Azeez, I'm a little scared about his injuries and whatnot. He hasn't gotten injured as of yet. Hopefully, I'm not jinxing that. But hopefully, in that case, the Giants are prepared. But last year, he was probably on track to get at least 8 to 10 sacks if he played the entire season. And that would have helped out that would have helped out Kayvon Thibodeau on the other side, except Thibodeau for most of the season was on an island. He was getting basically he was getting shut down on the other side. He was getting isolated, and the Giants couldn't find their way to get to the passer except for blitzing. I think there was a stat out there that the Giants had like 3 sacks per game when Aziz and Kayvon were on the line, but with Kayvon only or without Kayvon and Aziz, it was down to 1.2 a game. So, I mean, one of the games you could reference is, I mean, Washington had a decent offensive line last year. We had 5 sacks on them in the first game, 4 sacks, I believe, in the second game. So he, in my opinion, is going to be, and also it's not just being there for the defensive line. It's also being there for your secondary because Deonte Banks and Trey Hawkins, they are rookies. They're going to have their struggles, but how much of that struggle is going to be exposed when you have either a very good defensive line and a solid edge rushing core or one solid edge rusher and the rest are flunkies? So I'm going to go with Azeez Ojulari here. Let me just go to a couple of comments. Smoking that Jets pack. What is up, Almighty?
What's up, man?
Almighty.
Luckily, we traded for Boogie Basham, who's really good at setting the edge and run stopping. I think that Jalen Hyatt should be the Giants' punt returner with the speed he has. I mean, sure, but I don't want to get any starters hurt. I don't want to have the Adoree situation all over again. Our punt returner looks to be Eric Gray. Yeah, as of right now, it does look to be Eric Gray, or maybe they'll pick someone else in as well. Yeah, I got the glasses on. Giants' interior defensive line is better. It's another interesting take.
I don't think so.
And let's see. Luckily, we traded for Boogie Basham, who's really good at setting the edge and run stopping. That's very true. It's very true. Shout outs to Daniel Berry Sports. Thank you once again, everybody, for being here. We're at 16 likes. Now we're trying to get to 20. But as I put it in the chat, let's go with team strengths. I'll start with Luca or John, whoever didn't go first last time.
Yeah,
John.
Who went first?
John, you're up.
Okay. Team strengths. I just have to pick the biggest strength, correct?
I mean, you could name a few if you like.
I'll pick the biggest strength. And is this more like a positional thing or like how we base this?
Positional thing, I would say.
Positional? Okay. I'd say the biggest strength of any like of our players. I'm gonna say the cornerback room. That I think is the biggest strength of this team. Sauce Gardner is an elite number 1 shutdown corner. DJ Reed, who's a very solid number 2, and he can go up against a lot of guys in man-to-man coverage. Played that excellent last year. Then you got 2 slot guys in Brandon Echols. I know is suspended for game 1, but when he comes back, you saw him in that Jets Giants with the pick 6 he had. Michael Carter, not the running back, obviously, but the corner, Michael Carter, another very solid slot guy. And I know one of the worst players on the team, Bryce Hall, is in the group, but we're not even going to count him. But those 4 guys right there are very solid, and it's not easy to pass on this team. Especially a lot of the wide receivers that we faced last year really did get shut down when you look at some of the numbers, including the bigger guys like Tyreek Hill. Stephon Diggs didn't kill us last year. I'm just trying to think who else we saw that was like star quality.
I mean, like Jamar Chase couldn't get past Sauce Gardner much.
Yeah, no, Chase got locked down a little, although some of the other guys did stuff. Like a lot of their, 1s and 2s, like 1 and 2 receivers or 1 or 2 options really did get held up by some of the Jets secondary.
All right. Shouts to Hayes in the chat. He goes, "What's up, Alex, John, and the Fly?" Still mad we got rid of James Robinson. He was off for 1 game. Other than that, he didn't do much of anything. D-line and tight end room. When you got an all stud all pro and Sexy Dexy, one of the best defensive tackles in the game, then you got him some beasts. It's got to be the strongest. Luca, team strengths.
I would say probably the defensive line is the best. I mean, defensive line edge room is the best because we obviously run the 4-3. It's not like you're running a 3-4 where you're having linebackers come off the edge, but just the young talent. Obviously, Quinn Williams, Jermaine Johnson, Bryce Huff, most valuable edge rusher on third down. It's amazing how he just can get pressure off the edge. Will McDonald. I mean, I can name all the veterans, but it's just such a good defensive line. They did a really good job, and it's like even with we mentioned this. Salah goes through his rotations. You have rotation 1, rotation 2, whatever, and you guys have guys on the second line like a hockey line shift, and you won't lose that much realistically. You won't because they have such good depth and such good talent. Some of the guys I bet would start on the second on NFL teams just in general, and they're starting defensive lines. So I'd say defensive line easily.
Okay, Capizel. And when Travis Kelce and George Kittle calling your second tight end a stud and Daniel Bellinger. True. So team strengths, I'm going to go with defensive line, definitely. I think that's come from a weakness to a strength. The depth the New York Giants added this offseason and a couple of different guys. 1 second here. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just responding to something.
Defensive line.
Sorry, I'm just responding to a text. I usually don't do this.
Mm-hmm. But guys, make sure to hit the like, comment, and subscribe. Thanks for all the good questions and opinions you guys are throwing out there. We do appreciate it. It does make our show even more lively with all the either the hot takes or the jokes that you guys put out there. And remember, guys, this week also we have Thursday Night Football that we're going to be streaming. So stay tuned for that. And the Sunday morning show that we're going to have with all the fantasy, all the bets, all the good stuff to come right before week 1. But Alex, go ahead.
So back to what I was saying. Defensive line, the depth the Giants added, aside from Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence, who are two awesome players. Leonard Williams really does the dirty work for the Giants. And then you got Dexter Lawrence, obviously, who was all Pro Bowl last year. A'Shawn Robinson and Rakeem Nunez-Roches. A'Shawn Robinson is a little bit more known, but two of them are very good run stoppers. And then you got DJ Davidson, who impressed last year before the ACL. And you also have, what was I going to say? You also have a guy in Jordan Riley who impressed really well in the preseason and really in the joint practices as well. So that's one strength. That's especially with the defensive line and run stopping. Let's see what else we got. We got tight end. Someone did mention it in chat. Shouts to G Nation Inside Sports. What's going on, Lou? Yes, definitely hit the like button. And if you guys haven't already, go sub up to G Nation Inside Sports channel. I'm gonna put him as a mod so he could add it in. So let me just see 1 second. There we go. Okay. I've been maneuvering the last few minutes, so I apologize. But tight end, definitely. I mean, Darren Waller coming in is big. Daniel Bellinger is that fullback / blocking tight end / solid possession tight end. Then you got Lawrence Cager, who's not Darren Waller, obviously, but he's a mismatch against tight ends, linebackers. And, with that, it adds a solid option. I mean, you really don't have to think about tight end 3 in terms of that. But, dude, Jordan Riley was stuffing the run with double teams in the preseason, and he's not even going to be first off the bench. Yeah. Could be a steal, definitely. D-line, running back, and tight end are the 3 most I feel confident in. Right now, I'd say D-line and tight end. I wouldn't say corner. Corner is like a mix for me because Cordell Flott, he's more of an outside now. Darnay Holmes, you really don't want to see him get stretches in the slot. That's also why I'm high on this D-line. Yeah, definitely. So I think tight end, strength. I think wide receiver depth is an underrated strength the Giants have. Cole Beasley just went on IR today, so he'll miss the first 4 games on the practice squad. But behind Jalen, all of these guys would be at least starters on different teams, not as number ones. Jalen Hyatt would be a starter for most teams. Paris Campbell would be a starter for most teams, who's really underrated. Jalen Hyatt would be a starter for most teams. Wan'Dale Robinson's coming back. Sterling Shepard, he's solid when he's healthy. Darius Slayton, who's underrated. Yes, he has a drop problem. So I think that's also another area that the New York Giants are very good in terms of depth. Not starting depth, but at least just general depth. It's not the most talented room, but it's a pretty good room. Waller is definitely a beast. I'm confident Daniel Jones this season, something I wasn't sure about in previous years. Yeah, listen, everybody had their doubts about Daniel Jones. Obviously, there's still questions and stuff like that. But remains to be seen in a couple of different areas. Oh, yeah, I forgot how strong the running back room is as well. So I'll move on to the next prompt, and that is team concerns. I'll start off with whoever did not go first the last time.
All right, so I'll be going first, and that is I think of two immediately. Think of the offensive line. There's concerns with like the starters overall. You have depth guys, but again, you don't really want them to start. Then you think of you could either say linebackers or receivers. I'm going to say receivers are more of a concern at this point because you're one Garrett Wilson away, injury away, knock wood, it doesn't happen, from being completely screwed. For the offensive line, there's a lot of concerns, even if they play well together at their highest potential, they could be a really good unit. Dwayne Brown coming off a rotator cuff surgery, and he's also 38 years old. Laken Tomlinson, as I mentioned, had a bad season last year. Connor McGovern's average. He's fine as is. Elijah Vera Tucker's coming off injury, but you trust that his ability to be a great guard in the NFL, all-pro future. And you have Mekhi Becton, who we also mentioned, has not played in 2 years, but he can play really well. So, again, it's measuring the risk versus the reward. As in the receivers, as I said, Garrett Wilson, you're one Garrett Wilson injury away from being screwed. And that's why Jet fans have been slamming the table for a certain receiver in Tampa Bay.
John?
Honestly, I got nothing to add with that one because he basically said everything I wanted to say. Offensive line, especially at the tackle depth, with all the injuries. And again, when Corey Davis retired, it kind of pushed everyone up a spot, and that kind of threw a curveball at us. And right now, we got to work with what we got to work with, and everyone's got to take a next man up mentality. So,
yeah. So just going through right now for the Giants, it's our guards and swing tackle, O-line, lack of one wide receiver, and unproven secondary, slot corner depth. G Nation, aka Lou, says we will win a minimum of 11-6. So Lou, very confident. If you guys haven't already, he does have, believe, 11-6 shirts out on his shop. So if you guys haven't already, definitely check out his shop. And of course, I put the channel link in there as well. We played well with a bum at cornerback 2 last season, and when Adoree got injured, we managed, but we can't afford to have injuries this corner. Can't have the injuries on corner, the offensive line. I think we need a number 1 wide receiver, secondary, rookie cornerbacks, and linebacker. For me, everyone went through the weaknesses.
yes.
Okay, so for me, offensively, it's going to be guard because there's still some unknown. Ben Bredesen was solid last year. Mark Lewinsky was not good in pass protection, and that's kind of the guy he is. I'm not defending it. I was not very happy with his play last year. Josh Azudu's still coming into his own, but you kind of want to ramp up expectations because he was a 3rd-round pick. And then behind them, you have Shane Lemieux. So the offensive line depth, if one guy gets hurt, is going to be a little shaky because you have Azudu coming in, you might have Shane Lemieux coming in, and then offensive tackle gets a little bit worse when you have Matt Peart out there and not Tyree Phillips. So, and he didn't play well in the preseason as we all got to watch ourselves. Linebacker, yeah, a little bit. You kind of have to hope nobody gets hurt because the Giants would have to end up signing one because you have Isaiah Simmons, you have Bobby Okereke, you have Micah McFadden, one gets hurt, and then you got Carter Coughlin and Cam Brown, who are basically special teamers. Backup edge is another one. So that's a little bit of one, but also cornerback is more of a question mark than I would say a weakness or a concern. You could say it's a concern a little bit because Cordell Flott's more of an outside corner. The Giants don't have a backup slot corner. It's Darnay Holmes, but he does not play man coverage well. Bobby McCain and Nick McLeod are also depth players as well. So mainly for me, it's just a few depth positions like depth corner and a depth offensive line, depth offensive guard. We have Waller. Yeah, true. But anyway, moving forward, let's go with which will be better for your team in 2023, your team's offense or your team's defense?
John, I'll have you answer that first.
I'm going with the defense. I'm really excited that this team could be a top 5 defense. Not saying the offense can't get to a high level this year, but I'm really excited with this defense and what they can do.
Okay.
I shall concur. I think the defense is I feel like the defense is like
They just have so much talent on that.
it's true. It's true.
They have so much talent.
110%. And I think that, and then this is going to sound like maybe a strange opinion to some, but to some it's not. I think the ceiling of this defense is higher than the offense right now. Now, if you add like a Mike Evans to the roster, they're equal. I think they're almost equal ceilings. Obviously, the offensive line has its concerns, but I would say that the defense probably has the higher ceiling, and I think they will be the better unit this season.
Okay. Let's see what we got in the chat. Defense just by a smidge. Eagles signed Tyree Phillips to the practice squad. Yep, I did read that a few days ago. Offense. Funny how a year ago was linebacker without a question. Now it's just depth in certain spots. I agree. I'm gonna go offense and it doesn't have to be top 10, but I think I will take a slightly regressed defense if it means the offense is better. If it means the offense is like top 10, top 14, then I'll take the offense. Defense, I mean, there's concerns on both sides of the football, but if Darren Waller is who he is in camp, and that leaves Jalen Hyatt open, that leaves Paris Campbell open, you got Saquon coming out of the backfield, this offensive line is giving Daniel Jones time, there's damage that can be done. And the Giants have a tough schedule, but also it needs to be on Daniel Jones to beat some tougher defenses this year rather than last year's results. I don't think Mike Evans is leaving Tampa. He shows he's very unhappy there, but as I said, it remains to be seen. So we got offense, and then you guys got defense. I think the defense is going to regress. I think you think the defense is going to be better. Okay. All right. So a little bit of a disagreement there, but that's okay. All right. Next up, we have team MVP.
All right. So I'll be up first, and that is my team MVP. As we'll scroll down. It's unanimous, actually. It's unanimous. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
I think he's going to bounce back this season. He's going to be bouncing back in a big way possible.
John?
I have a guy by the name of Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. All right. Daniel Jones. Okay. Mike says Daniel Jones. Wait until we sign I almost said Darren Evans. Mike Evans. Got to trade for Mike Evans. He's out of Tampa. Daniel Jones in at QB, and then Dexter Lawrence on defense. Let's see, team MVP, because there's not like one star-studded player. I mean, there is a few, actually. You know, Andrew Thomas, Dexter Lawrence is one. I'm going to go say Darren Waller. I think we still have some questions as to whether Daniel Jones could move the needle without a number one. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and say Darren Waller is the team MVP for the New York Football Giants. Because I think that was a great trade that Joe Shane made, and we'll see what happens. I mean, that would be nice, but I don't know that that's going to happen almighty. Non-QB would be Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas, yeah, that would be he needs to have a Pro Bowl this year. I would say Trent Williams poses a little bit of a threat.
Trent Williams is the number one left tackle in the game.
And then defense, Simmons. Okay, that's an interesting pick. But I'll go ahead and defer to the next one. Rookie of the Year.
John.
My guy, the Jets, is going to be Joe Tippmann. I know he's not going to be a starter week one, but I feel like he's going to get in on this offensive line because they haven't shown me that they could stay healthy enough. And Tippmann was really solid in the preseason. His pass blocking was exceptional. He barely allowed any pressures at all. So that dude might be a wall at center. And I hope they keep him at center. That's where he excelled a lot. So you can also, some guys are versatile on the line. You can move McGovern to guard. You can move Vera Tucker to tackle if you need to be. So it's not impossible that he doesn't get a shot this year.
I'm actually going to go a little underrated prospect. I should say prospect, but a prospect for the Rookie of the Year, and I'm going to say Xavier Gibson, undrafted free agent. Played in the preseason, obviously, for the Jets. Didn't really show much at first, but his special teams ability, his ability to return kicks and punts, he definitely showed something there. And obviously, the return game was not much for the Jets last year as Braxton Berrios had a disappointing season. He's gone now. I also like Gibson's ability because he would be some insurance in the slot because he's more of that guy you just throw to on short yardage plays, and he'll make the rest of the yards for you. Gives me like a Jamison Crowder kind of vibe almost.
Okay. This is Team Rookie of the Year, Bill.
Yeah, not NFL Rookie of the Year. We're just talking about Jets.
That's going to be
specifically.
a separate entity, of course. Dog, my boy was rated number 1 almost the whole season, had the flu and fell to 2. If he didn't have the flu, he'd stay number 1 the whole year. He's talking about Andrew Thomas, John Michael Schmitz, JMS.
Trent Williams has been number 1 a long time for years. He has.
No, I know. But
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I love Andrew Thomas, but Trent Williams has been a dog.
Do you love Andrew Thomas though?
I said he's a great left tackle. I've never said anything bad about him.
Okay. Anyway,
look at this propaganda.
I not okay. All right.
Look what he started, Luca.
Anyway, Rookie of the Year for the Giants. I think it's going to be somewhere in the offense. I'm going to go. I'm choosing between Jalen Hyatt and JMS. And I think I'm going to go JMS. I think he might be an offensive line X factor for the New York Football Giants because he's going to be calling out protections. He's going to be calling out different signals and whatnot. And that's going to be huge because
he's the anchor.
Daniel Jones, he's the anchor. You know, he's calling out the signals and whatnot. So he is that offensive line X factor other than Evan Neal. And, you know, he's going to have to get along with Zudu, Bredesen, and Glowinski because they'll see time at the guard spot. But I think he's going to pull through. I think he's the most NFL-ready center. I know Jalen Hyatt is obviously one of the more popular picks, but I'm going to go with JMS. To all those Jets fans out there, Rodgers is a choke artist in the playoffs. I believe Derpy's a Steelers fan and blames everyone except himself when he loses to the Jets and Aaron Rodgers to throw away his opportunity. So
I'm gonna remember this image of me putting the thumbs down at all these.
I'm just gonna keep receipts. That's it.
He's keeping receipts. Rookie of the Year on the offense, Jalen Hyatt, and defensive Rookie of the Year is going to be Deonte Banks. I get it, Trent has respect, but it's time for Andrew Thomas to take over. As I said, we'll see this season. They do play. I mean, they won't play each other, but they will see each other in week 3. Moving forward, Pro Bowlers.
Do you want me to show out? Well, me and Luca kind of came up with the list like simultaneously.
Okay,
so this
I'm
is
just
our
gonna
like.
get my water real quick.
Are unanimous? Jesus Christ! Sorry, people. I do not know why Do Not Disturb is not working right now for me, but nevertheless, the Pro Bowlers that me and Luca came up with for the Jets this year: Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Vera Tucker, Quinnen Williams, Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed, and the 7th one is the kicker, Greg Zuerlein.
Yes.
That is
maybe there's potential. He was picked last year, but most would not know it. Maybe Justin Hardy. That's like an outsider chance because he's obviously a special teamer, does the gunning and all that. But that main 7, obviously Zuerlein, Reed, Gardner, Quinnen Williams, Elijah Vera Tucker, Garrett Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. Those are the main 7 for us.
I'm back just in time. I'm going to go Andrew Thomas. I think Graham Gano ought to get it. Andrew Thomas, Graham Gano. I don't, for some reason, I'll say Saquon. I'll say Saquon, but I don't know that he will prove to be a Pro Bowler because I think his usage is going to go down. Darren Waller. Let's see what else. Defense, Dexter Lawrence. Let's see what else we got. You know what? I'll take Xavier McKinney. So we got McKinney, we got Dex, we got Andrew Thomas, we got Gano, we got Barkley. So those are my Pro Bowlers for the New York Football Giants. And then I got some comments in the chat. I got a 10-2, Leo Williams, Dex, AT Waller, Bobby Okereke, Tibbs, Aziz, Gano, Saquon, and DJ. Saquon Waller, AT Dex, Gano. History speaks for itself. We saw this experiment before in terms of the Aaron Rodgers experiment.
Just hate, man. Just a hater.
Receipts. That's all I'm going to say.
Hater.
After I saw Hyatt burn sauce twice, I know my boys are studying. He's going to cook this year.
Oh, you mean like when Hyatt did barely even caught it there? All I saw was incompletions.
I mean, to be middleman here, wasn't a good throw.
Oh,
Wasn't a
well,
good throw.
at the end of the day, that's completion or incompletion.
It is an incompletion.
That's all that matters.
It is an incompletion.
John,
Could see
kidding me?
McKinney too.
It's the greatest incomplete pass of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You would think he would have been like I don't know. It's just so weird.
I know it's like if I had this bottle, right, and I just turned the water into wine. That's how the comparison of this incompletion was.
Okay.
Everyone's hyping it up. Seriously.
All right. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
You really think Jalen Hyatt's gonna cook sauce? Oh my own these. I can't wait.
I think
If Stephon Diggs couldn't do it, if Tyreek Hill couldn't do it, good luck.
I think he just meant in general, meaning Max. Just to, like Jalen Hyatt's just going to cook this year. He didn't say sauce specifically.
Well, but they're talking about the incompletion. Yeah, see, he says we will see. All right, I'll when Sauce locks him down. My God, Hyatt's going to wish he went back to Tennessee. He's going to wish.
Okay. All right. Well, John, they kind of just started again, if anything. But
we're talking about an incomplete pass.
John, I didn't say anything, and then John goes, "Yeah, he's gonna wish he goes back to Tennessee." Okay.
I didn't start this. Why?
I didn't say you started it.
Does. You see what he does.
You guys are. I'm not discrediting Sauce Gardner, but what I'm saying is, you're gonna sit here and say Sauce is gonna win.
Yeah, Max says he was talking in general. He wasn't talking about Sauce.
No, I know, but John was going off of a certain.
I didn't bring it up. You guys brought it up.
Whatever.
You guys brought it up. Am I wrong?
Saquon is a baby back crybaby that thinks for himself instead of. I'm sorry. I got to disagree here, Derpy. I may not have agreed with his points in the offseason, but Saquon's here now. If he was holding out, he might be selfish, but he's not holding out right now. So someone salty Hyatt versus Sauce. Week 8 should be fun. But I'm saying that he showed me he was going to cook in general because he cooked him. All right. So as I said, we'll see what happens week 8. Week 8 is going to be a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
Make or break player. Someone who needs. How about you read the whole sentence? Okay, then I'll read the whole sentence then. Saquon is a baby back crybaby that thinks for himself instead of the organization in winning Super Bowl. Prove on the field all he's doing is causing drama and dysfunction that should be the Giants' concern. But he's not that's not the type of play. I know the offseason literally, unless I'm misunderstanding what you said, he's not. I don't think it's going to be an in-season disruption about Saquon. I think all that's going to happen after, and if they get it done, they get it done. If they don't, then Saquon leaves, and it's not going to be an in-season interruptions because I think he's going to be respectful to his teammates. Jets fans really think 7 players are going to make the Pro Bowl.
Tell me which guy can't make it.
Out of those 7, realistically.
Tell me which guy.
So the Saquon thing is settled business. Yeah, he's already been back. He came back early for preseason when he said, yeah, listen, do I disagree? Do I disagree with Saquon wanting $16 million? Yeah. But you know what? He's here now. We'll see what happens. Anyway. What was I going to say? Not saying they aren't good. It's just a lot.
Gotcha, Bill. Gotcha.
That's not something that will. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, make or break player.
Who went for? Well, we kind of both Well, you have the same one again.
Yep.
So I'll announce it just for the sake of it. Mekhi Becton. I know it sounds a little repetitive, but he can literally make or break this team because this guy can be an excellent run blocker and can be an excellent tackle. And again, his downfall could very, very well mess up this whole offense. Whether it's him not staying healthy, whether it's him not in physical shape, as Jets Mess says, Blob Becton. He's literally the guy. He can literally make or break with just by how he is.
Okay. Luke, any final comments on Mr. Becton?
No, I think I agree with John. Obviously, we just said it was unanimous. Indeed, it was unanimous, and the fact that it's the injury history. It's just to make or break for him this year, not just as a team this year, but for him himself, because he could earn either a really good contract or his value could be shit next year because they didn't pick up his option.
Okay. Aziz and Evan Neal, Blob Becton. Giants made the playoffs last year and only sent 2 players, just seemed like a lot. Neal and Banks. Oh, the team, then just Evan Neal. I meant y'all. I thought y'all meant make or break season. Okay, I'm go Rodgers and I'm go Danny Myers, but both have doubt and grudge against them and expectations. This is it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But
Rodgers has won before. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, yes,
Just
he
gonna say
has.
that.
Let's see. Probably Jones for the Giants. We've been waiting for a jump. Yeah, I mean the jump was last year, but he needs to jump a little bit higher this year. I'm not gonna deny that. Stats wise, he needs to jump a little bit higher. JD will never give Becton a contract extension. I mean, he hasn't really been worthy of it. So,
Jets mess. I concurrently. I'm gonna concur with you for now.
Yeah, and then we'll see after the season, and then even then, it should be like a 1-year prove-it deal, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Make or break player. I'm going to go Evan Neal. He was possibly going to be my offensive X factor, but I decided I'm going to give him the award here. We really need him to make a jump in year 2 for Big Blue. Again, if he gives, the problem with him is if he's got this 7th overall pick expectations hype in his head, but if he just gives a solid play, he's already done some good things in the running game, but if he's at least a solid pass protector, it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years. And I think this year ought to determine it if he makes the jump. And he's a player who grits and grinds, and he's going to make the adjustments necessary, or at least we think he has, based on the work ethic. But he's going to be facing guys for the next few years like DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons, and Montez Sweat is another guy, and some of the edge rushers on the Eagles. So it's not an easy division to go up against in terms of right tackle versus edge rushers. So Evan Neal, I think this year he needs to step up his play and give the quarterback time. That's my opinion. Danny already showed he can cook without weapons now. Now he has him this year. He needs to jump with his other stats. He's been fixed in turnovers. Yes. NFL comeback player of the year, Evan Neal. I don't know what Neal is necessarily coming back from, but
Right.
Okay. Jets Garrett Wilson and Giants Kayvon Thibodeau. I wouldn't say they're make or break, but definitely could be break players. We will know about him after Sunday. Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean. Yeah, those are some ones. I could agree with that. And then sadly by default, the award's going to be Bills player, even though he's probably I think he's a starting safety, but again,
he's a backup for the Bills. Yeah, because it's Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde.
Okay. All right, then. Let's go with interceptions / turnovers leader.
All right. Luca, go ahead first. Go ahead.
I'm picking Jordan Whitehead.
How many?
I'll go 3.
All right. I'm gonna go with DJ Reed at 5 interceptions this year. It is a big year. Bold right there.
All right. This is another award I think we could also do, most improved. But for the Giants, I think McKinney may have been my pick last year. I'm going to go ahead and say No, give me Xavier McKinney again. Give me 4 interceptions. Xavier McKinney, 4 interceptions. Before we go team placing and division, we could go off of Jacob's comment. Well, just general turnovers leader. They predict it's going to be interceptions. I predict it's going to be interceptions. He already said he's going to get Jason Pinnock, thank you, Jets, with 6. So, most improved player for this year. Let me start with Luca.
Well, I started last time, actually.
Okay, so I'll start with John then.
I'm sorry. Is this is still our team, correct?
This is still our team, yes.
Most improved player. You know what? I'm gonna say that Laken Tomlinson is our most improved player.
Okay.
I think he bounces back. I think he steps it up this year. I think I think we're gonna see a little bit more of why we signed him coming over from San Fran. I think it's him.
Luca? He's still thinking, John.
Give him his time. He can think. Let him cook. Hoodie mellow. Any day now.
He called me Luca. He called me Luca. So
Oh, that's why. Sorry. Go ahead, Luca.
All right, John, I'll answer you, and I will say, I'm gonna say most improved. Fuck it, why not? McCall Hardman.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go to the chat for a couple. McKinney with 5 interceptions. Thing is, we're going to be shifting X-Man to strong safety to help cover tight ends this year, and Pinnock playing free safety, so he's going to have more freedom, and he's got that knack to be around the ball. Pinnock or Neal for me, most improved. I got Neal, but I think Simmons is going to take a huge jump under Wink. Who will have more INTs, Deontay Banks or Sauce Gardner? I don't think Sauce has a knack for interceptions, but
I don't know if they're going to throw near him.
I'm going to say Banks. That doesn't mean Banks is better, though. Evan Neal. I think DJ takes another leap in the second year of Brian Daboll. Hoping most improved is Neal, but I think it'd actually be DJ with 2 years with the same system. Yeah. Shouts to Grega in the chat. What's going on, Grega? I have a concern for both franchises. Giants staying healthy, which bounced you last year, and the Jets coaching not throwing this year's team away, potentially in play calling history speaks Jets fans. I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about, we don't know what Nathaniel Hackett's going to do. Robert Saleh on his time management, his injury management, and then Jeff Ulbrich blitzing or not. But hopefully Evan Neal improves too. Good night, brothers. Great stream. Talk to y'all soon. Peace out, Jacob. Most improved player for the Giants, I'm going to go ahead and say Evan Neal. Hoping that he improves, but we'll see what happens. I think he needs another, just once again, bounce back year. Does the DJ restructure impact anything? Does it add a year of security? It lessens a year of security, I think, for the Giants. So DJ has 3 out of 4 years in blue, I think. This is a good question. I think this is one of the first questions we should. I'm going to start your question, Jets with Smith, but this is a really good question. And by the way, guys, send in your questions too. If you have a question like that, NFL, something like that, throw it in there. But we're almost done with our team stuff, and then we're going to go to NFL league-wide stuff. Record. I'll start with Luca.
I'm thinking 11-6.
Okay.
I also have the Jets at 11-6.
Okay. I have the Giants. What did I say? 10 wins? I think I'm going to go 10-7. No. Yeah, 10-7.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't because it just adds $2 million to the next 3 years. Okay. 11 Jets wins, NFC East. Yeah, we actually did schedule predictions all the way back. I know we did Giants and Jets within the first few weeks after the schedule came out, and then did record prediction stream. Giants and Jets both 10-7. Giants 11-6. 11 Jets wins. Have y'all looked at the schedule? Yep. And then Mike says NFC East. Okay, so unless any final questions come in about team wide, we have our final. What do you call it?
NFL wide.
NFL wide coming up. Final one. Ready? Team placing. Where's your team going to place in the division?
All right, so we're all saying that our teams are second place.
I think maybe to start the year it doesn't look like that, but I think the Giants could be better than Dallas. Surprised Sunil is not here to rebuttal me, but you know what? I think the Giants – now, it's usually not known that a team 2 years in a row wins the NFC East, but I think also third place is a thing. But I think the Giants could overlap Dallas this year, I think. Let's see. Third, unfortunately. Okay. Do you have us making the playoffs, though? That's a good question. I agree. Second. Okay. So, once again, guys, if you have any more questions, team-wide predictions, throw it in the chat and stuff like that, and we'll get to it. But now we got to go to our NFL-wide predictions. We got 34 votes, by the way, in terms of who's going to be better in 2023. Giants, 59%, 38% for the Jets, and 3% for, same record. I did say the Giants are making the playoffs. Okay. I got to split with the Cowboys, sweeping the Commanders, again, swept by the Eagles. I think we finished second in the NFC East. Okay. I would take one of those wins off the Commanders and we move it to week 18 for the Giants because they're home. And I think the Eagles may have the what do you call it? They have the option to rest their starters, and the Giants probably will be fighting for a playoff spot at that point. So I think it's going to be a real interesting game. So, moving on. Let's start out with a rookie head coach to watch. Now, this doesn't just mean rookie head coach. This also means a new coach.
Coaches in first year with the team.
Frank Reich, Sean Payton, whatever. So, whoever didn't go first the last time, your turn right now.
I don't remember who went first.
Pick somebody.
I'll go. Screw it. The coach I got for first year with the Denver Broncos, Sean Payton. Last year the Broncos were a disaster, and I know like there was like a running gag and a joke of Broncos country, let's ride, or Broncos country, let's die. Like I know we joked about that a lot, but I'm really curious to see because Russell Wilson went from a top 5 perennial quarterback for years and years to one of the worst in the NFL last year under Nathaniel Hackett, the head coach, not the offensive coordinator, the head coach. But I really am curious to see if Sean Payton can revive a career after like 1 year of just being a dump. And I'm really seeing if he can, what he can do with this Denver offense. So I'm going with Sean Payton.
All right. Bill says, when we played Dallas on Thanksgiving, we were down 12 people. I may be crazy, but I think we got a shot week 1 and just glad we made it out of preseason healthy. Now, let me ask you a question, Bill. Were you referring off of Belt Guy's tweet? Because I know you're on Twitter. Because then he referenced that how many guys were out against the New York Giants, out for the Giants against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. I'm interested in Shane Don't do that. This guy's trying to fuck around again. I'm interested in Shane Steichen and the Colts. I got zero respect for Sam Howell. I got to sweep in the Deadskins. Would love nothing more than that. Sean Payton to see if he could fix Russell Wilson. If that happens, then I got to split him with the Eagles, but we always beat the Commanders no matter what. Even when we suck, we could just beat them too. I think the Giants can win the division. The Eagles lost a lot of vets on defense, which I think, which is why they went to the Super Bowl, not their offense last year. Okay. It was GOAT NYG maybe. Okay. Or I'm getting it wrong. But Luca, who's your coach to watch?
My coach to watch is the coach of the Houston Texans. That is DeMeco Ryans. Interested to see what he does in the first year. Obviously, he's going to learn things like time management and all that. I think the Texans have a nice young team. They have a nice foundation somewhat. But I don't think it's their year to, like, start winning games and competing for a playoff spot. I could be wrong. But obviously, young quarterback C.J. Stroud, a lot of pieces on defense. But I'm just interested to see what he can do because the Texans have been a mess for the past few years.
Okay, so one's DeMeco Ryans, one's Sean Payton. Let's see. Gotta think. Because I don't want to go with the obvious. There's a few obvious ones you could possibly pick out there. Let's see what we got here. Let me go let me go Frank Reich.
Okay.
Decent put together team. I think that's like a 5-6 win team. You look at it. Bryce Young, I mean, we didn't see a ton out of the rookie quarterbacks in the preseason, but Reich is an offensive guy. Josh McCown is the quarterback coach. I believe Steve Wilkes is back as the defensive coordinator. So they gave him solid receiving weapons. Obviously, they traded away DJ Moore. So Reich, he's a guy who obviously was with the Colts for a few years. I'm really looking to see what he does.
Steve Wilkes is actually with the Niners.
Okay, so I thought he was back as a defensive coordinator somewhere.
The defensive coordinator, I believe, is Ejiro Avero.
Okay, and he's a very good defensive
You
coordinator.
got one wrong.
Yes. Hold on. I gotta do this to myself. Okay. So, I will put the tweet on your announcement post. Okay. All right. See what we got here. This is going to be interesting. We're definitely going to talk about hot seat coaches. Arthur Smith first to be fired. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a sec.
Don't think the Rams will be good this year. I think they'll be decent. Who's the Texans head coach? DeMeco Ryans. Yes. So we talked about coaches to watch and rookie head coaches. Now coaches to watch on the hot seat. I'll start out with Luca.
There's many, but in specifics, let me see who I picked. Josh McDaniels. Now, what will the Raiders be this year? They obviously have Jimmy Garoppolo, so you kind of expect them to be somewhat competitive. You know, I'm not necessarily sure if they, even go far into the playoffs, if they make the playoffs, because they have a stacked division. But McDaniels has been such a disappointment.
Okay. John?
My number one guy, and this was a toss-up because I had about 3 or 4 guys in my head, so it was hard, this one. But I'm going with Mike McCarthy of the Dallas Cowboys. I know me and Sunil joke around with the Jets and Cowboys banter, and I know some guys, go after Sunil. Sunil's very optimistic Cowboys fan. But the Dallas Cowboys have been embarrassed, not once, by twice, same style in the playoffs, by the exact same team. They do not time manage well. Sometimes their play calling is very suspect. Sometimes they make very boneheaded decisions on the field. That is the head coach's job, all those things, to get that in order. If he can't do it again this year, I'm sorry. I would say the Mike McCarthy experiment should be done.
Okay. So we got a couple of ones. We got Mike McCarthy is a good shout, but they always lose the Niners.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott, the hot seat for the Bills. The window is closing. That's an interesting one.
Bold take.
Robert Saleh.
If he missed the playoffs,
Miz has a prediction.
It shouldn't be. Go make your prediction, but it shouldn't be hot seat for Saleh. It should be there's no seat as he's already gone. I've already taken the chair.
Luca, what do you think about that? Like, what would you do if the Jets went 7-8 wins?
Fired
or not?
Fired.
9, or I'll put it to this way before I get to more comments. So I'll give you 2 scenarios. What if it's 7-8 wins? Or what if it's 9 wins and you don't make the playoffs?
Fired.
So 2 separate scenarios.
Fired in both.
Okay. All right. Because I know I'm just going to say this. I'm not saying all Jet fans, but some Jet fans will be like, well, that we had a winning season under Sal. That's progress.
Well, then those fans are fools.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't say that.
Let's see. Easy division. I like the Texans' young talent. Todd Bowles is the first to get canned, in my opinion. Robert Saleh, if the Jets flamed out. I don't know if McDaniels is fired. Yeah, there's a lot of money that goes on there. This will be Ron Rivera's last season in Washington. Not fired. He walks away.
Ooh,
I think that's an interesting pick.
They are going to have a new ownership group. So it's going to be very interesting.
I don't know that I could be wrong. Miz has been right on a lot of shit so far, but I don't think that he would walk away that easily. Maybe if they have another mediocre season, but I don't know. Agreed on Rivera. No playoffs. Salah must go. I mean, Luka technically did want him fired after this year, but again, that's a totally different story when you have Aaron Rodgers now in the building. He won't get fired though because he's best friends with Jerry Jones. So I don't know how long his contract though is, because obviously you do have what happened with Jason Garrett. They just didn't extend him. Yeah, but I'm already counting Riverboat Ron is out. Okay, so who did not go yet?
You didn't go.
Okay. What did I miss? Sorry, but the doctor is happy with my progress 1 month down 23 months ago. Well, it's good to hear, Brad. This is an underrated one. This actually, I had this in my head a few weeks ago when I was thinking about this, and then this came up in my head. There's a lot of them. There's maybe about 3 options I'm fighting with myself for. He will, because he doesn't get along with Bieniemy, and they want Bieniemy because it helps the image in Washington. I could see. Cleveland is Cleveland, fellas. Yeah, no, I know. So it's for 3. I want to give you 1, but I have to give you 3. Okay. So
there's one I wanted to say too, but I think you're gonna say, because we both agree on
most
this.
likely. Okay. So number 1, I will say Kevin Stefanski, because if they don't win this year, he's out. Like, they improved that defense. Mari Cooper coming back. You got Deshaun Watson for a full season. If they miss, and listen, look, people will talk about, it's a competitive division, whatnot. If they do not at least get maybe an above 500 record, or at least try to be in second place, they're gone. Like, he's gone. And he'll be an offensive coordinator for the team. Second one is going to be Brandon Staley of the Los Angeles Chargers.
There it is. Yep.
He, for some reason, the Los Angeles Chargers, they've had good teams, but the problem with them is the coaching. Like, Anthony Lynn, I think it was the last year that he was in the Chargers, right? They had a top 10 offense. They had a top 10 defense. And then they missed the playoffs. That was 2020, I think, or 2021. Which
correct.
Those years, 2020, I think. And then Brandon Staley comes in. He's over-aggressive with the analytics. So that's another guy. And I'll give you a third guy, which has been in the news lately. That's Jonathan Gannon of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona has done this thing before where they have fired a head coach after 1 year. That was Steve Wilkes a few years ago. That team is going to be the worst team in the NFL by far this year. I'm not kidding.
Are you saying that he's going to be the scapegoat?
Essentially, yes. You could say scapegoat in a lot of different areas, but I'm not one to judge based off of like press conferences and all this other shit, right? But even this, whole thing, right? At least Joe Judge talked tough. You look at that thing on the Cardinals YouTube channel. I mean, just uninspiring. It's like, oh, do you have the fire in you? It's like,
right.
Again, there's different coaches that talk tough, but so he's one, and you could say a scapegoat or whatnot. And I'm very good with like Cardinals predictions in terms of not being good, because I predicted them to go 0-16 in 2018. They went 3-13, so I was a little bit close. But I think it's potentially that they fire Jonathan Gannon and move on.
Right.
But it's just like, it's weird optics right now, because they haven't even listed a starting quarterback right now. Like, it is Monday. They're supposed to address the media with the quarterbacks on Wednesday. And then, like, enough of this competitive advantage shit.
And then there's also this, as a part of Alex what was saying, I think I bookmarked this. I got to pull it up.
Here's the one. I don't mean to cut you off while you find the bookmark. Here's the one thing I'll say, Alex. I don't know. Maybe the one thing, though, if they learn from their mistake in firing a coach after his first season, because I'm not saying Gannon's going to be good or bad. I need to see what he can do with pretty much a very weak, talented roster. But if you remember, they fired Steve Wilkes, and they hired an awful head coach with Cliff Kingsbury.
Awful.
Which was an outright disaster. Now, I'm not saying Steve Wilkes is great, but you just wonder, what if they gave him a longer shot? Maybe they have like a longer leash with Jonathan Gannon as opposed to 1 year.
It could also be a money thing because Kyler Murray's contract, I don't know how much they're paying off the contract of Steve Wilkes. They also got the contract Cliff Kingsbury. So, Luca, you were saying?
No, I was saying like I read earlier today that Jonathan Gannon does not have any of his quarterbacks lined up for press conferences this week.
Doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Let's see. How the hell is Louis the Fly? Arizona natural disaster. Good point.
Louis the Fly.
Cards and the Jets. I want to go back to Brad's comment for context. Niners 12-5. Shanahan to be fired if they don't make the Super Bowl.
He said if they make the Super Bowl. Does he mean if they don't?
I think he means
if
they
they
don't.
Brad,
Okay.
They're not firing if the Niners keep ruining why ruining what's worked, and he's made Super Bowls. Always remember there's worse things than
Yeah, they
worse
just
games
haven't
than
got a quarterback though. That's the problem.
They don't have that thing that goes over. Cleveland is impatient when it comes to the Browns. It's a win now mentality, and if you don't show production, you get canned instantly from Cleveland. So Stefanski, if he comes up, he's short, he's gone. Arizona is the first team to ever tank in August. True. They don't know how to run a franchise, but the Cards are a poverty franchise. Yeah.
Completely
Steve
agree.
Bidwill. Gonna hop on with the Big Blue Crew. I will definitely pop on over and shout out my hellos and stuff like that. You'd be nice about my defensive coordinator.
What did I say? I didn't say anything wrong.
I don't think you said anything.
Don't be an Alex and put words in my mouth now. Come on.
Hey, John.
Come on.
Watch it. I think the Browns will be very good this year. Okay. All right. So most underrated team. We'll do one for, if you want, you do one or two. You could do one. You could do one from each conference. This is underrated team. I'll go ahead and whoever didn't go first last time.
All right. So I'll start in the AFC. I think the most.
Why do you look like that?
What is he doing? He looks like a hidden gremlin right now.
It looks like a bug.
Anyway,
Continue.
Clown.
Can we go through this without clownery? It's not Yankee or Mets baseball, okay? Anyway, the most underrated team, the AFC, I'm gonna say it's the Titans. And here's why. The Titans, they might not have everything settled, but they do have the head coach. Mike Vrabel is a damn good head coach in this league, and he gets the best out of his players. And not many guys I could say about that in the NFL, sadly. But Mike Vrabel knows how to get his players to work and buy in. And when you have a coach like that, usually, you have teams do better than expected. So I'd watch out for Tennessee because they're not a cakewalk. And in the NFC, I'm going to go with the Rams. If Matt Stafford can stay healthy, he showed you what he can do. I know Cooper Kupp is a little banged up right now, but I still think Matt Stafford's a very good quarterback. So we'll see what happens there. And they do have some very talented players on the Rams. So again, we will see.
And this says, hey, Luca, Rogers doesn't know who Jihad Ward is. We'll see if he remembers Dex, Leo, and Tibbs. Come October 29th, we will
I'm
revisit.
planning to go to the game, Viz, so I'll be there.
Maybe sprinkle off some Simmons blitzing off the edge. Steelers are a bit underrated, in my opinion. Okay. Rams got rid of too many defensive players, especially key players, Leonard Floyd being one of them. Yeah, Miz. I can't
know
wait
you
to see
will.
Miz again.
I know you will.
Anyway, Luca and Hold'em poker mode. Giants are underrated. Only Giants fans think they'll be good.
That's a good one. Who said that?
The poker mode?
Yeah.
That was Bill.
Bill, that was a good one.
The Chargers, if they don't make the Super Bowl, sorry. I think
Yes.
Austin Ford is a positive move for Arizona. It's just going to take a while. Yeah. I don't know if he picked the right coach, though. So that's always the thing. Yeah, Miz is flying up from Florida. Dexy loves hugging Rodgers, and Hottie is his boy. He's right.
Listen,
And then I was going to say the Steelers. but I
Hottie
didn't want to
Ward
bias.
just wanted to sound accurate after Hard Knocks came out. So no, and by the way, to all the Giant fans out there, they were not. Aaron Rodgers and Randall Cobb were not laughing at somebody getting cussed. They were laughing at Randall Cobb's stupidity for throwing such a ridiculous block. That is absolutely illegal. It wasn't a dirty hit, in my opinion. But we'll leave that to chance because that's going to start a whole holy war. And then there's just going to be a bunch of blue fucking Smurfs outside my house, okay? So, anyways, moving on. My underrated teams are the Pittsburgh Steelers and the AFC. I really like their defense. They're always competitive with the defense every year. Their pass rush is elite. They obviously drafted Nick Herbig. They got Cam Hayward, T.J. Watt, the best pass rusher in the league, or at least one of them. But linebacking core, I think, does have some question marks. The secondary, Joey Porter Jr. and Patrick Peterson. Safety core is all right. I mean, you obviously got Minkah Fitzpatrick. The offensive line's improved. They just signed Isaac Seumalo this offseason. You've obviously got the weapons, Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, who's going to be a good run-blocking tight end. You got George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Allen Robinson's at wide receiver 3. They obviously have Najee Harris and Jalen Warren in the backfield. To me, it's going to come down to Kenny Pickett and the offensive coordinator, Matt Canada. So that's my AFC team. My NFC team, however, is the Chicago Bears. I think they've added a lot of talent. I think it's a big year for Justin Fields. I think this is the year he sinks or swims. Offensive line, I think they've somewhat improved. Obviously, they already added Darnell Wright. They have Chase Claypool. They have Darnell Mooney. They have DJ Moore, who they just traded for. They added linebackers galore. They added, TJ Edwards and what's his name? Tremaine Edmonds. Right. So they added to the linebacker core. I think the corners are good as well, Jalen Johnson and those guys. So I think the Bears are due for some success. Maybe they end up third in the division. They just barely sneak into a playoff spot because the NFC is that wide open. So that's my underrated pick for the NFC.
I think the Steelers are overrated, but they got Tomlin, so they'll be above 500.
Yeah.
Okay. It was them laughing at themselves, not the concussion.
Exactly, Bill.
Miz is interesting with the AFC East. He's picking Buffalo to win the Super Bowl, but he says overrated team, Miami. So NFC Packers are underrated. Okay. Cobby just lost all his preseason money. I saw it. Most overhyped teams, that's definitely next. It was cheap for a preseason game.
Come on.
Moving to my underrated teams. Let's see. So for the NFC, actually, I'll start with AFC. I'm gonna concur with Luke. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are definitely a team that's underrated. I know everybody's calling them a sleeper. I will too. I think George Pickens is I've seen him in like fantasy rankings, and he's been really low. So him, Pat Freiermuth, if Kenny Pickett can just get them the ball, and Najee Harris in that running game, I think they added James Daniels 2 years ago. Seumalo again. They got Broderick Jones, who they stole from the Jets. So that offensive line is really shaping out to be. So I think they could be second or third place this year in that division. I don't think they'll win, but I think that's going to be that. And then the NFC. That's a little bit of an interesting one because I really don't want to take anyone in terms of picks and stuff like that, but I might have to. I don't think the Rams. No, I don't think so.
Really? Okay. You don't think they can be second in that division? You don't think they can jump the Seahawks?
No.
No.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say the Seahawks because I think a lot of people are saying, oh, Geno Smith can't really reprise. They'll be solid. They'll be at least a solid team. I think they'll be better than the Rams, not better than the 49ers, but they'll put up some solid competition. So I say underrated. I'll go with Seattle again. And they also added a guy who's going to be coming back mid-year in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Agree with you guys on the Steelers. Don't forget Patrick Peterson. Yeah, he now plays for the Steelers. We had a Desmond King, Chandon Sullivan, Elijah Riley, Keanu Neal, Quan Alexander, Landon Roberts, linebacker Cole Holcomb, and Marcus Golden. Yeah, Marcus Golden. And he's going to be a good backup. I mean, I can speak from past experience because he was on the Giants, but he's going to be a good backup. Doesn't play the run well, but he's a solid pass rusher. I mean, you add that alongside Alex Highsmith, who got extended, and a guy in TJ
Really
Watt.
good.
I mean, that's going to be really fierce. And obviously with Quan Alexander, who these guys can speak off of, he's a solid linebacker.
He's a very big hitter. Like
Yeah.
he can knock you into next Tuesday kind of hit.
All right. Most overrated team. Let's start with whoever, and I'll say this again, whoever, how much money did Quan get? I'll take a look at that, but whoever wants to
Have
start
to be some
first
sort of
with
minimum salary.
most overhyped team.
John, did you start first or did I?
I started first, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, this will come as biased. I don't really care.
Well, actually, Luca, we have the same team here.
Unanimously. We have the same unanimous AFC team. But the NFC, I'm actually going to say the Minnesota Vikings. I do think they take a step back this year. I mean,
Okay.
Kirk Cousins is, kind of there. I think soon enough they'll get rid of him. They're starting an undrafted player at linebacker that is Ivan Pace. Not to shit on him, but it's absolutely a risk to start him. They lost Patrick Peterson, which is obviously definitely a risk, but I don't know. I just think they'll take a step back this year. Like they won a lot of one possession games last year. It is almost uncanny on how they did that. So I don't think you can hold that up to next year on the ways that they won. Like they barely came back against the Colts. They barely beat Buffalo last year. They barely snuck by the Jets last year. They barely snuck by the Giants last year. There's so many one possession games that they were in. Too close to call, and that's what I think is going to happen this year.
And then I guess you're going to wait for John to explain the AFC team.
John, talk about our AFC team.
All right. This is unanimous, me and Luca, and we do not like this team. The Miami Dolphins. Overrated. Quarterback Tua can't stay healthy. They also, they made the trade for Jalen Ramsey, but he's hurt now. So that's a big blow to their secondary. And, they just have a lot of flash in the pan kind of players, but they do not show up for big games. And you know what? If Tua can't stay healthy this year, it might be serious for him because I don't know how many concussions one player can take in his career. But you go back to his injury history since he was at Alabama, it is serious, man. So, and I hope he's okay just as a human wise, but I do not think that the Miami Dolphins will be that as good as people say they are.
I don't like their run game either. It's Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson. That's it.
Two guys with injury history too.
And what about NFC?
And the NFC, my team that's the most – Alex, you're going to really love this one. But the team, I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs, but I think they take a little step back, the Philadelphia Eagles. And I know Alex is going to celebrate. And here's why. It is very hard in this league to not only lose one coordinator, but two coordinators that did exceptionally well at the same time and replicate that success. Now, I know they have a loaded roster. But I always say that coaching does matter more than talent, which, I am optimistic about, for example, my Jets, but I always hold out that doormat, Robert Saleh, can ruin the season. But nevertheless, I'm saying the Eagles, they might win the division. They might get a wild card. But let me just say that they will not be as good as last year.
Okay. All right. Don't forget the roster of veterans they lost. I'd love that. Miami's built for Tua. Without him, they can't function.
You're right. Bill, you are absolutely right.
1 year of Quan, 1.3 million, the con artist. Browns are kind of underrated. Okay. I think it's more of what we already saw from them, but Tua got hurt, and I agree they're overrated. Mm-hmm. Seahawks take a step back. NFC, I'm saying the Lions. Mainly, cough, Jets. Mainly because I'm seeing Super Bowl for Jets. Jets and Lions, yeah, I said it. Bears and Browns, most overhyped. So I am going to go with not the Lions, but I will go with the Bears for the most overhyped team in the NFC. They're banking on Justin Fields, and he showed some improvements last year. But I feel like this is like the 2021 Giants. I mean, I'm going to take a look at their roster now. I could be wrong, and the Bears could be up there again. But the Vikings are at least still relevant. The Packers will be, probably fourth place. And then you got the Lions who are coming up as second year in a Ben Johnson offense for Jared Goff, plus improved weapons. I mean, their offensive line, I just don't believe a ton. Darnell Wright, you drafted out of Tennessee. Lucas Patrick is solid. Cody Whitehair is solid. Nate Davis, who is an average guard in Tennessee, and Braxton Jones or Larry Borum. Just not buying it. And Tevin Jenkins is out for the first 4 weeks. So, and I know, yes, he may or may not need an offensive line, but I don't know. I just don't. I think that they might be one of them teams that just buys through free agency, and they got a lot of cap space now. And I'm commending the job that Ryan Poles has done, but I don't know, man. I'm just not buying in. I do want to get some comments before I go to my AFC. I didn't love the Lions draft, but I think Dan Campbell is a great coach. I agree with you on the draft point. It's a great comparison. Agreed that the whole NFC North is overrated. And Evan says Lions are going to be a playoff team this year. I definitely think so. I think they make that little jump. As far as the AFC goes, let's see. AFC. Oh man, this is tough. For some reason, I think the Ravens. I think the Ravens are a little overrated.
Okay.
I don't know. It's something. If it's not the Ravens, it's the Dolphins. But I'm going to say one of those two teams. So I think the Lions got worse losing Jameson Williams. Plus, Fields is ass. He's overrated because of fantasy stats. You got to love the fantasy points in there as well. So anyway, moving on. Rookie QB that will do the most. I'll start with whoever.
It's my go first for this one. And my pick, and actually Luca, we have a unanimous pick on this one. Bryce Young. I think the coaching staff is going to be solid enough to elevate him and put him in the position of success the most. I also do like the fact that Bryce Young, now in college, I have to say that he's a gamer, man. He really was at Bama, and he will do whatever it takes to win. And some QBs can do that, some QBs can't. And he's a decent supporting cast of weapons around him, I'd say.
That's a good point right here. Lamar Jackson, the best running back in the game. That doesn't show up when a man has been in that way since his college days. Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Luca?
I would have to say Bryce Young as well. I think he's got some solid weapons. Offensive line is not great, but again, he has so much poise, and I think he's also got a good coach by his side.
I'm going to have to concur with my panel here. I'm going to say Bryce Young. He's got a solid receiving core, and I think based on development, he's just going to get upgrades around him and cap space. We'll see what We'll see what happens over the next few years, but as their cap space starts to open up, maybe they'll sign some more free agents and draft some more guys as they're getting picks in. And I'm really interested to see what happens with this Brian Burns situation. I think the Chargers are overrated, if they're even rated at all, but I don't think the Chargers are going to do that good this year. I think Justin Herbert is overrated. The new question was, which rookie QB is going to do the most? So we'll defer to the rookie QB that will do the least out of starters. Not some guy like Jaron Hall, but rookie QB that will do the least.
All right, so I'll start first. I'm going to go Anthony Richardson, actually. Not that I don't believe in the talent. I think he's still a little raw. I think the coaching staff, it's basically a rookie coaching staff developing a rookie quarterback that tends to never usually mix well, in my opinion. Just ask Zach Wilson. Offensive line is kind of a mess. There's drama surrounding the Jonathan Taylor situation, so it's not a great situation for Richardson. I do believe in the talent, but I think he's still raw.
Okay, John?
I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud for the rookie quarterback that's going to do the least. First-year head coach of DeMeco Ryans. Remember, he's a defensive background, so Gonna see how he allows the offense to run. I forgot who their offense coordinator is.
I
Someone
think it's
remind.
still Pep Hamilton.
Maybe it
No,
might be no.
Huh?
Who? I think they got someone new.
let me
Take a
look.
look.
Take a look for a sec. I just had it maybe a few minutes
Bobby
ago.
Slowick.
Okay. I don't know him too well off the top of my head, so that's going to be an experiment. They lost Titus Howard, one of their tackles. It's going to hurt. They do have a decent decent group of receivers, but it's not enough in my opinion. Like Nico Collins and John Mechie, Dalton Schultz, I think is a decent tight end, but just it's not enough depth wise, not enough offensive line wise, and you're going to see the struggles early with Stroud, in my opinion.
Okay. I'm going to go to the comments. Colts are so ass. So it's going to be Anthony Richardson. Stroud, because I don't like he has a defensive head coach. Richardson, only because he's very raw. And then back to the other question, Stroud, because his O-line's better and like his coach better. So a little bit of a different mindset. I'm going to go ahead and agree with Luca on Anthony Richardson. I think that Jonathan Taylor's situation doesn't help because you probably won't have the greatest running game. I mean, you still have Quentin Nelson and Braden Smith and Ryan Kelly in front of you. But I want to see how the rest of the offensive line plays out. There's a lot of rookies on that team. Their receiving core, I mean, it's not the greatest. I mean, after Michael Pittman, it's solid. Josh Downs, Isaiah McKenzie, and Alec Pierce. And then, 4 tight ends. So I don't know. I think Richardson's still raw, and I think that's going to make it a little bit worse. That's my personal opinion. The last question in rookie QBs for me, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, something will happen. It's Cleveland. I did like DTR in the preseason, though. I did. Especially in that game against the Jets and then moving forward with that. All right. Offensive Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to say for me, it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson. This guy can not only catch the ball out of the backfield, but he can run, obviously. And if you remember the last time Arthur Smith had like a really solid running back, it was in Tennessee with Derrick Henry. So he can really unlock someone out there. So that's who I'm going to pick this year.
Luka?
Actually, I agree with Mike's pick, and that would be Jordan. Not Jordan Addison. I'm sorry, Zay Flowers. Like what he did in college. This is a more pass-happy offense with Todd Monken as offense coordinator. I think they'll try to improve Lamar Jackson's ability to throw. So I think he's the top candidate. Love what he showed in college. A lot of speed, route running, does a lot of stuff good. So bank me on Zay Flowers.
Quentin Johnson here, and finally get around to my Bijan pick. Yes, John is in agreement with you there.
I agree with you, Bill.
I'm going to go ahead and say Jahmyr Gibbs for the
Really?
Detroit Lions. I know they didn't have like the greatest running game last year, but I'm really interested to see. They drafted their own guy. It was really high, so they kind of have to prove it now. But Jahmyr Gibbs, I think he's a sleeper in fantasy, and I think he's going to be a sleeper across the league because, once again, you guys are talking about Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, and Bijan. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Jalen Hyatt, if we give him a lot of snaps, but if not, Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay. All right. Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Go, Luca. Oh, we have a unanimous one on this one. Go ahead.
We both said Will Anderson from the Houston Texans. I really don't see anybody who can really compete against him. I mean, just his burst coming from his stance in college was just amazing to watch.
Yep.
But I think he's like probably the Texans' best defensive player on the defensive line. Maybe Jonathan Greenard's a close one, but
he might be for sure.
Right? Nick Herbig. That's an interesting pick. I mean, I know obviously because he's a Steeler, but he looked pretty good in the preseason. Banks closed on Sunday. Okay. His O-line sets him up to run, and Will Anderson. I'm going to go ahead.
Joke, Alex, what Max said?
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm going to go ahead and say Davon Witherspoon.
From the Seahawks.
The cornerback from Seattle.
Alex is really high in the Seahawks.
So, not too high, but still high enough. Evan says Christian Gonzalez. That's also an interesting pick. I'm not going to say Jalen Carter. I'm going to go Davon Witherspoon. I think you have a core of Kobe Bryant, Michael Jackson, Tariq Woolen, and Davon Witherspoon. That's going to be a good defense, as kind of it was last year. But I would like to see them add more to the edge. Let's go with Offensive Player of the Year.
All right. And I'm actually glad that I picked him last night in fantasy football. Jamar Chase is going to be Offensive Player of the Year, in my opinion. I think this is the season where he, this guy is just so hard to, lock up because he's so shifty, he's so quick. He's got terrific hands. And I think, not that the production hasn't shown it because he's been excellent since he's been drafted. But I think this is the year where he just takes off even more.
Okay. Christian McCaffrey is one. We got the pass rush to help Banks set up in a good position to make plays. Luka.
I'm going to say Justin Jefferson. I'm not sure if he's already won Offensive Rookie. Not Offensive Rookie. Excuse me. Offensive Player of the Year. I think he's just going to go boom boom this year, just to double to clarify himself as the best receiver in the NFL.
He's going to go boom boom. So he's going to shit himself.
Okay, he didn't have to make
you
it.
word it like that. I mean, you kind of expect what has to go.
He's going to explode. Okay. I mean, is it enough a hot take that he could possibly tie Calvin Johnson's record for receiving yards in a season? Because like I'm not going to go this far, but Kirk Cousins, like it's almost kind of the same situation. Almost, Kirk Cousins is like Matt Stafford early on in his career in Detroit. And Justin Jefferson, I think, could be a Calvin Johnson type. Just saying.
Okay. I could piss. I'm not gonna even advertise it.
Please don't.
I'm gonna go ahead and say George Pickens.
Ooh, that's a bold one. Okay.
Bold take. I'm due to lose on some, but if they have competent play calling, not above average, but competent play calling for the what was I going to say? For the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Kenny Pickett takes that next step up with the offensive line improving, look for it to go his way a long time. So, and I think Pickens, he's going to get a lot of good red zone reps. He's got the hands to do it, possible rushing reps. Give me George Pickens. CMC to have 1,000 rush and receive, so scrimmage.
That's a very.
He's okay, but the Steelers O-line still doesn't convince me. Okay. I think we all know.
Damn it.
I think we all know what he
Just
can do.
put the strike noise for that.
Wait. I think we know what he could do, but he's being rewarded for Mahomes being best target, Travis Kelce, and then CMC. John and I agree on too many things.
And Bill, you agree on me with a lot of things. You'll be right on a lot of things. Just letting you know.
That's what he thinks. Anyway.
No, that's what I know.
Defensive Player of the Year.
TJ Watt, in my opinion. I think he's going to have a bounce back year. He was injured for a bit. Last year missed a couple of games, and the Pittsburgh Steelers fans really saw the effect of no TJ Watt on the field. Obviously, they have more depth at edge rusher with Highsmith and Hayward. And what's his name? Herbig. I don't know why I blanked on him for a sec, but I think Watt's going to come back and have just an amazing year. He's just going to be the player that emboldens that defense.
Okay. John?
I'm going to actually agree with Mike on this one. My guy, Micah Parsons on the Cowboys. I think he's the Cowboys' clear best player. Not only just like defense, I just mean in general. I mean, this dude is a absolute monster. He's very versatile as well. So I'm going to say Parsons. I know Alex doesn't like him because he's a Cowboy, but I got to give it to him. That man is a one-man wrecking crew.
Micah isn't better than Nick Bosa. Going back to Mike's pick. Mike, don't spit that nonsense, please. I'm going to go Myles Garrett.
Okay.
He's had 15-plus sacks for, I think, 2 years in a row. Let me see the stats here. Yeah, 15-plus sacks 2 years in a row. 16 sacks the last 2 seasons. I think this is the year he breaks in, and the NFL starts to really notice him as Defensive Player of the Year. So he's legit, man. Bosa. Of course, Brad's going to go with Bosa. All right. MVP.
Me and Luca got the same guy here. This is another.
You might as well just handcuff yourselves to each other with the amount you're agreeing with.
That's a good thing. Not everyone has. This doesn't have to be like a boring.
You don't have to fight all the time.
ESPN fake show. All right, where we gotta spit bad takes. I'm going with Joe Burrow. This is the year that Joe Burrow wins MVP. And I think other than Patrick Mahomes, there's nobody better. But I'm saying Joe Burrow has the best year this year.
Okay, I'll take Pat Mahomes. I'll be that guy. I'll take Pat Mahomes.
Being like an
coach.
ESPN.
Okay, John. Coach of the year.
Go ahead, Luca.
All right, so coach of the year, I've picked Matt Eberflus. I know I said the Bears were underrated, but I think they potentially push for the playoffs this year, and then they take that step up that they need to. Plus, he's not really talked about around the league if you think about it.
All right. John?
I'm going with Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions. I think that dude's a fiery guy. And you remember Detroit was like, when he first started, they were at the bottom, but he's starting to build something over there. And I'm also thinking they're going to win their division and finally get back to the playoffs. But that's just my prediction. I think Dan Campbell does deserve that.
Okay. I got a few ideas in my head thus far. Dan Campbell is a very solid idea. Let me go Dan Campbell. He was the originally one I was thinking. I think he's gonna make them push into the playoffs. Maybe they'll win a game that they're not supposed to and then bounce. It's a boring pick. Let's keep it real about Patrick Mahomes. Brad thinks Dayball again. I don't think Dayball will win 2 years in a row. My second pick, though, would probably be Mike Vrabel. I think Vrabel.
If they go to the playoffs, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mike Tomlin for Mr. Mike.
Titans, telling you, underrated team.
And then comeback player of the year.
All right, by default, I'm going to say DeMar Hamlin, just by default.
Right. Luca?
I think I'm going to say John Mechie. Especially if it's a good year.
All right. And then let's see. Now I think our record will be better, playing better. Okay. And then I'm gonna have to agree with John here. I think in any shape or form, it's gonna be DeMar Hamlin. So, all right. So that's the end of the NFL segment. Now, do we go into picks, game previews? What are we doing here, folks? He wants picks. Luca, what do you say?
Picks.
All right.
All right. We got NFL Week 1 picks, boys. If you guys want to comment your picks, you guys can. You guys can keep track of your own if you'd like to. But basically, we're keeping this record throughout the whole year. All right.
Yeah.
Whole season. So, all right. Well, we'll start it off. I'll start it off the games in order. Okay.
Okay.
We'll go Thursday Night Football, Lions, Chiefs.
It's a 6.5 point spread.
Right. I'm going to say that, at first I was thinking the Lions could upset them, but I'm going to go with the Chiefs on this one. And not.
We will be calling this game, by the way.
Yes. Got the Chiefs.
Give me Kansas City.
I'm taking Kansas City as well, but I won't deny this will probably end up being a shootout of some kind.
Okay, so we all agree with the Chiefs. All right, next game up. Now we're on to Sunday. The Panthers and Falcons.
Real quickly, I just want to address some comments, and we could take time to brew this. I don't think he deserves it. I know it's a touchy subject, but I don't mind that guy. But he's a bench guy, and I think I agree. There might be some players that come out and might have a better performance than DeMar, but I guess people will look at the story. Anyway. Chiefs win in a shootout. KC beats the Lions. Falcons. Panthers. Okay, so who is home?
The Atlanta Falcons are home.
That's going to be an ugly game.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the Falcons.
Okay, so Alex is taking the Falcons. Okay. Luca, who you got?
I'm going to go with the upset. I'm going to say the Panthers.
Panthers. Okay. I'm going to actually agree with Alex and say the Falcons win. I think they get the home advantage here. So I'm going to go with them. Next up, we got the Battle of Ohio between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are the home team, by the way.
Give me
Cincinnati
Cincy.
is 2.5-point favorites.
You're both taking the Bengals. Is that what you said?
Give me Cincy.
No, I'm saying Cincinnati's 2.5-point favorites, but yes, I'm taking the Bengals.
I am going to stun you guys and say that is a very tough place to play week 1, and I will go with the dog pound, the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
Your objections are duly noted.
All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens, you know? Next up, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars visiting the Indianapolis Colts.
Give me.
Jags are 5-point favorites.
Yeah, you know what? Give me Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a year they sweep them.
I'm also going with Jacksonville myself.
What the hell was that? Jacksonville.
I guess I'll put a yawn down for Luca.
Yawn.
Yawn.
Yeah, I'll take Jacksonville Jaguars.
All right. So,
All right,
we're
so
all
Evans
going,
got the Colts. Interesting pick.
We're all going
Surprising.
Jacksonville. Evan saying the Colts. Okay. The next
He's
game
on.
we
I
have.
think he's on track to play week 1, right?
I think he's
Totally.
practiced. Burrow.
Yeah. He
Bojo.
should be. But nevertheless, we have Brian's team on the road
Brian.
in Minnesota.
I'm taking Minnesota here. They are 6-point favorites.
Alex,
Give me Minnesota.
Minnesota. And I am also going Minnesota in a clean sweep. Sorry, Brian. I think you would agree with this one because you think your team is doo-doo as well. Next up, we have the Tennessee Titans visiting the New Orleans Saints.
Okay.
Makes for a nice competitive game.
Give me a
Look at
Derek
this.
Carr victory.
Okay.
The Saints are 3-point favorites, and I'm actually going to lean the Saints here.
All right. I am going to say this is a game where Mike Vrabel steals a game because he's a better coach. I'm going
That's
with
true.
the
He
Titans.
is the better coach.
Going with the Titans.
Vikes
All right.
are playing the Bucks.
Yeah, they're playing the Bucks. Next up, we have, this is going to be a good one. 49ers visiting the Steelers.
That's a very good game. It's going to be in our area, too.
It is.
Niners 2.5-point favorites in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Brad. Give me the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Steelers.
Who the
I'm
hell's
also going to go with the Steelers here.
the starting quarterback? Does anybody know?
It's gonna be
Purdy.
Purdy.
Oh, fuck it. I'm taking Pittsburgh.
Ooh, we all have
TJ Watt against Colton
defense.
McKivitz and then Alex Highsmith on the other side.
Yeah, that's a very Vaughn.
And a Quan Alexander revenge game.
Mm-hmm. All right, this one is not so much of a hot game. The Arizona Cardinals facing the Washington Commanders. Do any of us dare pick the Cardinals?
Commanders. The Cardinals are either going to start Clayton Tune or fucking what's his name, Josh Dobbs. Let me ask this: how is this only a 7-point spread?
You think it should be more? Yeah, probably.
I will
going
I will laugh my ass off if Washington loses this game.
If we're all wrong, so are you going with the Commanders too, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's going to be an easy one. This one should be a quite obvious one as well. The Houston Texans visiting the Baltimore Ravens
It's kind of
in
a
Baltimore.
I'm going to say Ravens. I think C.J. Stroud will struggle in his first start.
Agreed. I'm going with the Ravens here.
Yeah, give me Baltimore.
Yeah.
How is that game have a higher spread than the Commanders game?
Well, I mean, the Ravens are a much better team than.
Right, but who the fuck likes Arizona?
No, I'm not saying anyone likes Arizona. I'm just saying. Now we have the battle in the NFC North. The Green Bay Packers going to Soldier Field against the Chicago Bears.
Real quickly, I just want to get to some picks. Ravens, Washington, Arizona. Both teams. I'm not. Listen, look. If there's a tie, I'm not going to be surprised. Whoa, go easy on Arizona says socks.
Sorry,
What's up,
man.
Doc?
Sorry. They just suck right now.
No one likes Washington either. Packers. Let's see what else. He's hosting a watch party for Week 1 Sunday Night Football with Cowboy fans attending. Going to be a long night for them boys. Let's pull out the fucking victory. But,
By the way,
everyone's by the way.
I'm telling
I
you,
was
I'm putting down another yawn for Luca.
the Bears are only 1-point favorites.
Why everybody's taking the Packers in the chat? I'm taking
I'm
the
taking
Bears.
the Bears.
I'm going to agree with the chat and take the Packers.
Okay.
You guys can take the Bears. I think Jordan Love is going to shock some people out there.
Okay.
All right. Next game up, we have some rivals. The Las Vegas Raiders traveling to Mile High against the Denver Broncos.
Give me the Broncos.
Okay, Broncos country.
Give me the horse.
We're all taking Broncos country.
Yes.
Broncos
Fields is
are
moving.
3.5-point
That's
favorites.
right. That's right.
We have one more like, guys, to 20, by the way. So
Come on, hit the like button, guys.
3.5-point favorites.
Next game, we have some teams that we all don't like. The Philadelphia Eagles going to Foxborough as they face the New England Patriots.
Give me Philly.
give me the Birds. By default, because the Raiders
What
suck.
the hell? Who is that?
What? What?
What was that?
What are you referencing? What did
was-
Luca? Did
I
Luca
don't
do
even-
something?
I don't know what I did. I actually don't know what I did now.
What the hell, John? What are you seeing?
Is he talking about? John, are you talking about his flag back there?
No.
What?
Wait, what?
John,
Did
what are you
anyone else
What
hear
did
that
you
music?
see? No one heard the music.
Am I crazy?
Yes.
Did you guys hear any music at all?
Oh,
I
it
did.
was this stupid friggin' ad. That's why. Friggin'. I did an ESPN tab open. That's why. That was me. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Nevertheless, Luca, you said the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, who do you got?
Give me Philly.
All right. I'm going to
Pats will
say
be
the
upset
Eagles
now. I
too.
wanna vomit.
I'm not very high on the Pats, although Armin says the Pats are going to upset them. All right. Now we got the Dolphins and Chargers.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's look at the spread again.
I'm
sure-
good.
I'm gonna say this is a 3-point favorites are the Chargers.
I'm going to say the Dolphins get this one just because I don't trust that head coach, the Chargers. I really don't.
Daily. Yeah, I kind of wouldn't either. So I'm gonna go.
The Chargers are the home team, Max.
They are, yes.
I'm gonna go Dolphins.
I'm gonna take the Dolphins. The game is gonna end on a 4th and 2 failed conversion for the Chargers.
That's a bold prediction.
It's not that bold when you think about it as Brandon Staley.
No, I know. All right, we got one game left before our games. Rams in Seattle.
Give me Seattle.
Point spread on the game. It's a Fox game. 425. Seattle by 5. I'm gonna take Seattle.
I'll say because they're in they're in Seattle's home. I almost said the
Lumen
Superdome.
Field.
Idiot.
Shut it. I'm gonna go with the Seahawks too. It's a tough place to play. All right. Moment of truth. Our games. We'll go with Alex's game first. The Cowboys at MetLife against the Giants.
You guys can answer.
I am going to go with them boys,
I'm gonna go Dallas too.
and the Giants will lose week 1.
Give me the Cowboys.
Clean sweep, Cowboys. All right. Monday Night Football. Buffalo at the Jets. Go ahead.
taking the fucking Jets, baby. I give no fucks. I'm taking the Jets fucking Monday night.
Alex, go ahead.
First time John's been wrong all night. Well, I mean, I would like that to happen, but I think the Cowboys will win. Everyone's pretty good. Well, you know what? This is fucking tough because I actually have not had time to think about
Max,
this.
if you're asking, we play Buffalo at home.
Give me the Jets.
All right. I'm going to go the clean sweep and say the Jets, Jets.
That atmosphere is going to be rocking at MetLife Stadium like none other.
Yep. And those are it. Week 1 predictions, boys. It's in the book. It's in the book right here. It ain't going anywhere.
It's in the book. Must say this.
And I remember I also wrote it top right here just so everyone remembers Luca's prediction of 2 yawns. So
Yes, okay. I heard last year on WFAN home dogs in division games week 1 only since 2014 are 29-9-1. Damn, so that gives the Giants a decent chance of winning.
That also gives
But
the Jets a decent chance to win.
Right. Oh, MetLife 2 days in a row? Yeah. And one is on 9/11, I believe. But also we have to add this in as well. I love the Sunday Night Football theme song. It's my favorite other than the CBS theme song. I disagree.
Hold on.
I'm
hold
like
on.
one of those good.
Hold on. Damn it. I got to do it for Mike. Now I just need a CBS.
Evans like me. No.
But I've had that thing since I was a child, so I had to play that.
And you dropped it.
No, I actually didn't drop it. I actually didn't. I dropped this, but that's
So you kissed something that was on the floor?
kiss it up to God. You never heard that?
Just
So obviously what we learned in this little fight is that Luca is religious and Alex is a germaphobe.
And then this is dumb shit.
Oh, all right. 5th fight, round 5, going the distance, fight.
all right. So now we got game previews. Get me signed by one of you guys. I'll send you a $50 super chat. Even if we did sign it, I wouldn't. The super chat is
50's too much, but thank you anyway, Bill.
Yeah. What was I going to say though? So, which game preview do we want to go into first? Because that will be how we conclude the night.
Anyone want to flip a coin?
I got the coin.
How about I ask Alexa?
No,
He's got the coin. He's got the coin.
you got a coin. All right, I got a dime right here.
Tails is Giants. Jets is heads.
And I will be honest, I'm not going to lie. Let me do it here. So okay. It is heads.
So
It is heads.
Jets.
All right.
Jets, then Giants.
All right. So Monday Night Football, the Bills and the Jets. Now, how we've done this is we've broken down, obviously, the Bills rankings from last year, like just the main rankings. We're not going too deep. Bills rankings offensively, defensively, special teams as well, who they've added, who they've subtracted, biggest strengths, weaknesses on the team, And obviously, John has included some storylines with the team, which is awesome. So let's look at the opponent, the Buffalo Bills. They finished first in the AFC East last year, losing to the Bengals in the divisional round at 13-3. Their total offense ranked third in the NFL last year, ninth in passing offense and ninth in rushing offense, mainly led by Josh Allen. Their defense ranked fourth. Their run-stopping defense, the run defense was sixth. Their pass coverage was 14th. The pass defense, I should say, was 14th. With takeaways, they were fourth with 27. And their total special teams was fifth. Going over their key losses and key additions, Tremaine Edmonds was the arguably biggest loss for the Buffalo Bills this past offseason, going to the Chicago Bears for a huge contract.
Time out for a second. Time out. I want to give Bill a shout out because he didn't do a super chat, but he just gifted a few members some memberships.
Oh,
Ooh.
thank you, man. We appreciate that, Bill. Thank you.
Shout outs to Sunil, who's secretly hiding. Shouts to Matt Riley. He got one. Nick's Nation got one. Burnt Ballsack got one. And Disgruntled got one. So, Bill, much appreciated. Thank you very much. And, yeah, I just can't say thank you enough.
You are the fucking man.
Thank
Bills
you, man.
need a better running game, and their offensive line is just okay. I think the Bills will get the win. But continue, gentlemen.
Yep. I'll have John go into the position of strength. I just want to get into the key losses and the key additions. Obviously, I just mentioned Trey Edmonds, signed by the Bears on a big contract. Will Matt Milano step up as the key linebacker? I looked at their depth chart. I don't recognize a lot of names outside of Matt Milano. The only one I recognize is Darian Williams, who obviously they drafted this year. So it's going to be interesting because obviously the Jets, it's obviously stopping the run. The Bills were sixth last year, but I'm just interested to see, besides Milano, who else is going to be covering the tight end. But John, you mentioned what defense are they going to be running this year?
Well, I mean, it's not something they've done just this year.
Yeah.
This is something they've done for a little bit. They do play a nickel defense, the Buffalo Bills. And you're going to see a lot of their, when it comes to Monday night, you're going to see a lot of nickel defense. Obviously they have Tre'Davious White at corner. They have Dane Jackson, but you're going to see some of the other guys like their first round pick, Elam. Taron Johnson, a really solid corner for them who can make plays. They use him also in blitz packages because they will send a blitz every now and then to throw you off guard. But, Taron Johnson's a guy that can make plays. He's gotten a few interceptions with them. And it's going to be a very big factor to see how this Jets offense can attack the defense of, whether they play the nickel or whether they send that extra man from the secondary to blitz.
I'd just like to see, obviously, we just mentioned the nickel packages and whatnot. Maybe the Jets send some halfback screens, Dalvin Cook, Breece Hall getting into action. I'd like to see those offensive linemen get to the second level, especially Becton on the right side, Elijah Vera Tucker. I like to see those hog mollies, maul some bodies. But there's some other key losses. They're kind of small, but they're kind of big. Same time, Devin Singletary obviously went to the Houston Texans. There's questions behind the running game with behind Josh Allen. David Questenberry, offensive tackle, mainly depth guy, is left. He's with the Vikings, I believe. Isaiah McKenzie, special team guy. I think he was one of their starting slot receivers. Last year, he is on the I forgot what team he was on. I think he's on the Colts. No, the Colts actually just cut him. I'm pretty sure right now he's a free agent. Oh, he's with the Colts. My mistake. So they cut him. They brought him back. But some key additions and re-signings. You got Jordan Poyer, who actually won it in free agency this past offseason. He signed it to a one-year contract, I believe. Connor McGovern, not the Jets' Connor McGovern, but the Cowboys' Connor McGovern signed. Fills the left guard spot after the departure of Roger Saffold. Leonard Floyd, I forgot to even mention, was a very good addition for the pass rush. Their
9 sacks last year.
9 sacks last year, as Alex says. Connor McGovern adds pass blocking help for Josh Allen. A 97.6 pass blocking efficiency for Connor McGovern. Damian Harris adds some backfield depth, but Poona Ford adds some D-line depth. But the main signings I'm focusing on are Leonard Floyd, Connor McGovern, and Jordan Poyer. Going to the draft, two rookies that I think are going to make an impact. Dalton Kincaid, he's more of a over-the-middle intermediate threat in terms of a tight end for Josh Allen. And Osiris Torrance will be taking the right guard spot. So John, what do you see as shown in our notes? Positions of strength for the Buffalo Bills.
Excuse me. Well, first off, I'm going to say the obvious at quarterback. And Josh Allen's one of those guys where, he can literally go into a game every week and the Buffalo Bills have a chance to win. Now, I'll say this about Allen. Sometimes, he's a little turnover, a little careless free with the football.
Turnover prone.
And turnover prone, not turnover free. But it's funny because this guy can be accurate. He's got very good zip on the ball, but you'll see him throw like 10 to 15 picks some years. And so it'll be, he needs to learn to cut that down really quick. And that's what's really going to lead Buffalo, that's what's going to get them over the hump, him taking the next step. It's not that they haven't built around this guy. They've gotten plenty of stuff around him, but again, probably a top 3-4 quarterback in this league. He's definitely a position of strength, in my opinion.
I've also noted the defensive line like a strength of ours as well. Gregory Rousseau, who they drafted, I think 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Ed Oliver is still a sneaky, really good defensive tackle. Leonard Floyd, obviously, we just mentioned. Daquan Jones is a nice run stuffer as well. No Von Miller this week, which is a very key part for the New York Jets, at least looking onto the Buffalo Bills defense. They also have H.A. Epineza, who's also a solid pass rusher, but don't look past the no Von Miller. Their defensive line is absolutely strength. They can get there with 4 or however many they send. It's just endless and endless depth. Now, another strength of the Buffalo Bills is their secondary. John already mentioned Teron Johnson. You got Tre'Davious White, who's still a top corner in the league, I believe. Taylor Rapp, who they just signed in the offseason. Also got Micah Hyde, and as we already mentioned, Jordan Poyer. So those are the key factors of the secondary. Now, I'd say the more unknown part is probably Khair Alam, who's going to be the starting corner opposite.
Second year, man. Yep.
White.
Or they might even put him in a nickel package.
That's true.
They might even experiment with that just to see who fits better, or not who fits better, but they might give a little rotation with him and Taron Johnson out there.
Absolutely. John, what do you think are the positions of weakness for the Buffalo Bills?
I want to say, honestly, it's more specifically on that offensive line at the tackle spot. Deion Dawkins at left tackle for them, not really strong. 12 penalties committed by him last year, which is quite awful. I mean, you commit 12 penalties. I mean, that's not good. But even worse, I think Spencer Brown on that right tackle spot is not good. And if the Jets have, all these edge rushers that can go get a quarterback, I think you got to try and isolate to the best of your abilities and create one-on-one matchups or create stunts where the Jets edge rushers are too powerful and can, go hit Josh Allen, because that's how you got to, take it. You got to play old school and try and knock them out of the game,
100%. Mike is saying the offensive line, they don't have a running game outside Allen. I'll get to the running game in a sec. But just to look at some of the PFF rankings, not so much the grades, Spencer Brown was graded as 73rd out of 81 tackles last year. Deion Dawkins, 24th of 81. In terms of guards, McGovern was ranked 65th out of 77. He's more, as I said, the pass blocker type and not the run blocker type. Osiris Torrance is an unknown, even though he was a better run blocker in college.
I did like him out of Florida.
Yes, I did. I did too. And Spencer Brown, as we mentioned, 73rd out of 81 tackles. Not really good. He was a mid-round pick, I think, 2 years ago in 2021 in the third round.
I do like Mitch Morse up there. He's a pretty average center.
Yeah,
but he can get the job done. He's got continuity there because he's kind of the veteran on the offensive line, but he's solid. He's he's not going to be this amazing center, but he can get the job done.
Of 100%, 110%. As again, offensive line, I'd say they're more middle of the road. Mm-hmm. That's again not a strength, but not a huge strength, but I would say is one of their weaker spots. It's kind of a mixed bag, as we said, because Mike was also saying, they can't run the ball effectively. Run offense, let's double check. I mean, they were 9th in rushing, but that was more so due to Josh Allen. They really have never had that true true strong back to take off the pressure of Josh Allen.
I will say this. I looked it up. I'm really a guy who looks this up with my Giant previews. Which is like pass play frequency and rushing play frequency. They were 22nd.
And run play
in the league
frequency.
Yes.
Yeah,
There you have it.
They're going to throw it more than they're going to pass. That's correct.
And it's such a dangerous option.
Oh, you just said they're going to throw more than they're going to pass.
So throw it, then they're going to run. Excuse me. I'm getting my words mixed up
Before Luka continues.
Yeah, that's a on me. I know.
All right. But as I was saying, it's just the inconsistency to run the football. They've never had a true bell cow back behind Allen. It's not like, again, you don't have to have. It's not the thing that you have to have an elite back right next to your quarterback. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs have shown that with Isaiah Pacheco. There's so many other teams that they draft in the mid rounds, but Singletary, meh. Damian Harris, I mean, they signed for depth, meh. James Cook is unknown at this moment, but obviously drafted out of Georgia last year. And Latavius Murray, who's a third-string running back. So, again, it's like the question is, are they really going to just rely on Josh Allen for the running game? And I think that's a very dangerous option. Now, two things. I saw somebody suggest this on Twitter. It's a very good point because I was involved in a conversation about the Bills' offensive line. Let me find the comment. It was a very good comment. I'm just going to throw this in here. This person says, if they can pressure Josh Allen enough from the right tackle side to get him running to his offhand side, his left side, it would be their best chance to stymie him. Would you agree, John?
Yeah, no, I agree. And it goes back to my earlier point of like, look, we got to create these matchups to get to Josh Allen. That's literally, how we got to shut down this offense. Like that is the Buffalo's weakness.
When they do I'm going to ask you this now. When they do their their quarterback draws, and when they start running with Josh Allen, on the Jets defense, who are you spying? Who are you going to use to spy on Josh Allen?
I want to say Quincy Williams. I want to go with him. I think he's our fastest linebacker. It's either him or Mosley. I don't trust Sherwood to do it, and Barnes I wouldn't even no.
Interesting. I actually wouldn't do Williams. I think he's more of the big. Listen, he's the big hit guy, but there's times where he'll make the big hit, which is great and fine, but he'll miss on a big hit as well. So if I had to pick a player to spy on Josh Allen, let's see. I'd say, honestly, one of the safeties, in my opinion. I'd throw, like, Amos or Whitehead in the box because they have that speed. But, again, Whitehead is more of a risk because, again, he has those times where he hits really well in the box,
right,
but he just goes for a wild miss sometimes. So maybe they go with the safety because, again, they could run those 4-2-5 alignments. So that's obviously
maybe Amos is the guy.
Yeah, I'm thinking Amos in my opinion because they'll definitely roll with the three safety sets. You don't have to roll with two linebackers.
Then you're forcing our linebackers into coverage with that, and we did not excel at all.
Armin has a good point. If they actually throw Jermaine Johnson linebacker, I would not mind.
I was thinking it.
I see him more as
I'm like, do you want to take him away? Do you want to take him with his ability to pass rush away?
Real quickly, apologies for interrupting, but I guess he just got home from work. What's up, Kenny?
Oh,
yeah, my fault, bro.
You're good. You're good, my man.
I do apologize. I don't ghost people, so. But I seen that, I was like, damn, shit. Yeah, I was busy though. But what's good with y'all, man?
What's up,
man?
What up, man?
We're going through if you guys haven't already, please sub up to Unpopular Opinion Sports. We're going through the Jets game right now, and then we'll be going into the Giants and the Cowboys.
All right, let's do it.
So to continue on, obviously we mentioned the run game and stopping Josh Allen. I looked at some of the offensive line rankings for the Bills last year. They were 22nd ranked by PFF, 21st by Sharp Football Analysis, 22nd by the Action Network, and FCN Fantasy. They were ranked 24th. But Armin makes a great point with the Jermaine Johnson thing. I see more of a stand-up rusher, but if they, again, use him as that linebacker and they just say, okay, we'll throw JFM and Quinn Williams on the inside and we'll throw Bryce Huff and Will McDonald on the outside, then you could actually make an argument because, in my opinion, like let's just say they run that front, you'd have the middle and the sides collapsing. Let's just say Josh Allen just moves out of the pocket. You have Jermaine Johnson just running him down. And Jermaine Johnson did have a sack out of the pocket against Josh Allen last year, and it was actually a very good sack in that Bills game. So any more thoughts? I'm just going to get to one more thing here. Also, I think a very hidden weakness of the Buffalo Bills is, again, they have passing options. Diggs is elite. Gabriel Davis is a good receiver. Dalton Kincaid's a very good tight end, or at least is going to be. Dawson Knox as well. I think the receiver depth behind Diggs and Davis is a little shoddy, John.
I'll agree with that. Now, I'll say this, that the one thing before we go into the depth, Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen could possibly be the best quarterback wideout combo in the NFL. It's definitely top 2, at least in my opinion. That's just because of the production and continuity that they have together. And ever since Stephon Diggs there, that's when you saw the elevation of Josh Allen's game really take to the next level. Because you always knew the talent and the physical tools were there, but then, you saw him, the smarts with him and the connection, the comfortability with Diggs really helped. But now, having said that, going to their depth, you talk about the wide receiver depth. I mean, you have Gabe Davis as number 2. He's very hit or miss home run potential, but also kind of also no-show potential. But he can do he can have good games. Not saying he can't. As I agree that there's really not much after them. I do like their tight end room a lot.
Oh yeah.
Because Dalton Kincaid's a first-round pick. He's going to be, like you said earlier, he's going to be at the reliable pass catcher up the middle of the field. So instead of having a slot receiver, you go with him. Or you have, when you get into the end zone, Dawson Knox, who's, usually been that reliable safety blanket. He's also been very good. I think in the red zone, I think he's had 15 touchdowns, and 11 of them were in the red zone. So again, that shouldn't really change with Kincaid, but you might even see them, change it a little bit and run a 2 tight end set if that's the case. Mm-hmm. And you don't usually see that a whole lot in terms of passing situations, but it could be something that they experiment with.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely try to create mismatches with the linebackers as well.
Linebackers.
Let me ask this: do you think it's a good idea, possibly, because I know obviously they don't have the wide receiver depth. It's Davis, it's Diggs, and then it goes down from there. Would you possibly experiment putting a corner on Kincaid or Knox?
Sauce Gardner, wouldn't mind. It's not every time though. I wouldn't do it every time.
But that would leave you with Diggs against DJ Reed, and
you might have to go nickel yourself. You might have to put in a Michael Carter on one of those tight ends. You might have to. I mean,
unless you go ahead do something like, okay, we're going to put Sauce on Knox, put DJ Reed on what's his face, Kincaid or Knox. On Diggs, and then you have the safety basically double cover Diggs, so he's out of the equation.
Mm-hmm. You could, you're gonna have to get creative there. You're gonna have to.
You can't put your best corner on a tight end though.
I personally wouldn't do that. I honestly wouldn't do it. I want both, Sauce and DJ to take out Stephon and Gabe Davis, and then get as much help as you can over the middle, because I trust Sauce and DJ Reed more in man coverage than I do for the other players.
Unless you think Kincaid is going to really wreck the game for you, you have to keep Sauce on Diggs, on their best player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. And we don't know how good Kincaid is going to be. Remember, it's going to be his first NFL game, so we don't know how quickly he's going to learn. We don't know how much Buffalo is going to use him to start out. Right. But it is an option that they could have if they want to attack us. Because remember, they play us twice a year. So you assume Kincaid's only going to get better for the next matchup.
Definitely. So any final thoughts just generally on the Bills? But I was also going to, I'll talk about this at the end of the overall segment. Let's move on to the New York Jets. 7-10 last year, 4th in the AFC East. Total offense last year, they ranked near dead last at 29. 14th in the passing game, 25th in the rushing game. Total defense, they were 2nd. Passing defense, they were 3rd. 17th in rushing. And takeaways, they ranked 29th with 16. They remember, John, they started off the year really well with the takeaways, but it's just after, I think, like a certain point in the season just went down. And that's when the defense, I think, started to spiral because the thing is with the defense towards the end of the season, they were being left on the field so long because the offense could not sustain a drive, and they were just not getting takeaways. So I think
did they get any key takeaways that second time they played, like where Mike White was equipped? Because I remember Sauce had a pick when they were at home.
They might have had one turnover. I don't remember.
Because I know that obviously the picks played a big part the first time they played.
Yeah.
But the second time, I don't remember anything coming from the Jets defense. At least that's to my knowledge.
Let me ask y'all something.
Sure.
Would their takeaways have something to do with people not throwing in Sauce Gardner's direction?
I mean, I think they're going to throw it to Adam less, but I do
because that's kind of like the Revis effect. If you're not throwing to the guy, you're not going to get takeaways.
Right. But I like, for example, I predicted it earlier. I think DJ Reed's going to have the most takeaways on this Jets defense because I really do believe that he is a very solid man coverage corner. He's one of the most underrated cornerbacks in the NFL, in my opinion.
I agree. I also think the Jets had a lot of dropped interceptions last year, mainly coming from Jordan Whitehead. But just got to grab those interceptions. Hopefully we force. You know what the problem was with the Jets last year as well? They could not recover a damn fumble for their lives. How many times had we saw last year? Hopefully they actually did drills on this in training camp. Did we see the Jets force a fumble on a receiver and then the offense would just pick up their own fumble? That annoyed the living shit out of me. Hopefully they fix that this year. That's one of the problems with their turnover problem late last year. They would not recover fumbles from the other team. It was ridiculous. But I'm sorry I had to go on that little tangent because it was such a big factor last year. The Jets, surprisingly, were 9th in special teams despite their poor return play. Some key losses for the Jets. Sheldon Rankins with pass rush on the interior. He went to the Texans. Braxton Berrios, his special teams return ability, but he had a down season last year and he was earning $6 million, so it was a bit of an overpay. Corey Davis, unexpected retirement. We wish him well. Was a 50-50 ball receiver with run blocking abilities. Elijah Moore, young receiver in the slot, misutilized last season and requested a trade not once but twice. George Fant, a starter on the offensive line last year, despite being unhappy about a non-contract extension, could play right tackle or left tackle. He missed 9 games due to injuries, so he became more of a liability. Nate Erbig is now a depth piece on the Steeler offensive line. Played well for the Jets last year at right guard. Quan Alexander, Steelers, solid vet presence who could have provided insurance in the linebacker room. Switched up between linebacker 2 and 3 last year. I'm going to get to Mike's comment. He says, I remember LaMarcus Joyner looking washed as fuck when I watched the Jets. Yes, he was washed. John would know because John would just be pissed off ranting. He looked so lost at times because I thought he was a solid addition in 2021. Gets hurt, comes back, just worse. Thank Christ he's not on the team. But another key loss, I'm obviously being very facetious with this one. Braden, man, we won't miss your shanks.
Thank Lord.
I also, John, added in the key additions and re-signings if you want to read off those as well.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was going to say I put down the key additions as well, so you could read them.
Yes, let me... Wait, for the Jets, correct?
Yep, Jets.
No, for the Giants.
No, I didn't know if he meant Jets or Bills, but hold up, because I wasn't... All right, key additions. Obviously, we have Aaron Rodgers. Finally, some elite quarterback play. Later in the season, we signed Dalvin Cook, guy that's he is a stud running back. It's going to be 50-50 with him and Breece Hall. as he comes back from injury. Alan Lazard, that guy that's going to essentially replace Corey Davis now, can get a 50-50 ball, run blocking ability as well. And he's played a lot with Rodgers, been in Hackett's system. McCole Hartman, a lot of speed. To see him more as a return man, though. Randall Cobb, the familiarity with Rodgers, obviously a good red zone threat. And he's played under Hackett as well. On the defense, Quinton Jefferson at defensive tackle, basically a rotation for the pass rush. Al Woods is more of the run stuffer who plays on the defensive tackle position as well. And then obviously Greg Zuerlein, who was an amazing kicker for his last year. I think he's have a fantastic year this year. And Thomas Morstead, hopefully this time, we actually keep him because, he was actually good. And unlike Braden Mann, but as Morstead showed in the preseason, he was very solid. But he will be the punter for the New York Jets.
Absolutely. Just some draft pickups that I think will have somewhat of an impact. You have Will McDonald, a young pass rusher that has traits of elite bend, athleticism, and speed. Don't expect him to be used a lot this year. Maybe he's inactive for some games. Could have a snap count of around 30% of the defensive snaps. Xavier Gibson, he adds more depth to the slot receiver position, showed solid ability returning kicks and punts in the preseason. And also Jason Brownlee, mainly a special teams gunner, but he can also play a role on third downs if need be. Obviously, back into the depth chart. John, what are your positions of strength when it comes to the New York Jets?
Well, I said it earlier. I thought the cornerback group is probably the biggest position of strength that this team has. And we have the top two guys that can be in man coverage. Eccles, when he comes back, is going to be solid. Michael Carter is going to be solid. We got obviously, we talk about other positions of strength, the defensive line, really nasty, really can get after the quarterback, especially. Hopefully the run stopping has improved with veterans like Jefferson and Al Woods to help out, Quinnen up there and John Franklin Myers. Michael Clemens will be even in that rotation as well. Very solid rookie season for him last year. And, you try to look for other areas of strength. I'll even, say the running back room has gotten really strong with that Dalvin Cook addition because now Breece Hall, he can take his time coming back. All right. And I know he's going to play week 1. They did announce it. But you got a solid group there that's not going to, they don't need to rush him and make the injury worse. All right. They can ease him back into it now. And I know they said they're not going to play on a snap count, but I doubt Breece Hall gets the bulk of the carries week 1 against Buffalo. So those are some of the positions of strength that the Jets do have. And now they do have stars at positions, but the overall depth might not be there in certain areas.
Yeah, and those certain areas, to me, are the offensive line. Obviously, we already named the starters: Dwayne Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Connor McGovern, Elijah Vera Tucker, Mekhi Becton. Some of the risks we already mentioned coming off rotator cuff surgery is Dwayne Brown, 38 years old as well. Laken Tomlinson coming off a down year. Not really a season of his caliber. Connor McGovern's fine. Elijah Vera Tucker is coming off a season-ending triceps injury, but we hope to have him back healthy and all. Mekhi Becton has not played in the regular season in 2 years. This is actually going to be the first time he gets to be playing in front of a MetLife crowd, which I find amazing because obviously Becton has been on the comeback trail for about 2 years, and the fans are behind him. And I think when he gets the standing ovation, I think that positive. It's like he's one of those players, in my opinion, which positive reinforcement really helps him. Even Aaron Rodgers spoke about it. Like he said, I don't treat anybody differently, but you get to somebody in certain ways. And he's like, I give Mekhi Becton hugs all the time, and he really appreciates it. And that's how, that's how I know him and whatnot. So that's just a thing I want to add. I think there's enough depth in the offensive line, but as I said, you do not want the depth guys starting, and there's risks on this offensive line, as I said. The current offensive line rankings, Sharp Football Analysis says the Jets are 24th, Action Network 23rd, FTN Fantasy 22nd. And another thing with the receiver room is that's a weakness. That's become a weakness, as John has mentioned earlier, with the loss of Corey Davis unexpectedly. Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Cole Hardman, Randall Cobb, Irvin Charles, Jason Brownlee, and Xavier Gibson. As much as we love Garrett Wilson, if he goes down, the Jets are screwed. Lazard is more of a wide receiver 3 as opposed to a wide receiver 2. The Jets also lack a consistent downfield deep threat. Maybe there's someone in Tampa Bay who could fill that role. But anyways, let's get – I have to throw that in there. But Becton's a hugger. Who knew? He's also a good pancake master. He's going to be serving up some pancakes this year if he's healthy.
He's going to eat them too, but anywho.
Anyways, John, you want to get to our Jets-Bills notes?
Yeah, of course. One thing, I was just putting out some notes there, some storylines, some previews. First things first, Luca, you mentioned some of the weaknesses of this team, right? And strength of schedule really for the Jets is, opening up against Buffalo is not easy.
No.
And they have like 6, they don't have any cakewalks. And
right.
That's really, and I don't like to call NFL teams cakewalks, but there's the Cardinals and, are not there. The Texans are not there in the first 6 weeks for us. And we know they stink. As Mike says, Becton just needs to be not to be a Vogelberger. That's right.
Exactly. Right. 100%.
But anyway, it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be a dogfight. And, you look at the team. We mentioned the depth at wide receiver. We mentioned the depth at O tackle. Very weak there. Another possible concern, we got to see Aaron Rodgers, what he can do. Remember, he is coming off a surgery. I think he'll be fine. He looked fine all training camp, looked fine all of preseason. And that's the good thing. The Jets, knock on wood, were very fortunate of health this preseason. Other than really Chuck Clark, I'd say, there wasn't really another injury that was like that significant or, huge that would impact this team. I know there might have been some other people that got cut and injured or injured before they even played. But again, Chuck Clark was really the only major injury to this Jets team, I'd say. And then, you want to go back into Aaron Rodgers, I got to give him the credit. And, it is the possibility that Father Time could, take it on him as he turns to age 40. But he's embraced New York with a great attitude.
100%.
Going out with his teammates, whether it's the Garden, see the Knicks playoff games.
U.S. Open.
The U.S. Open. He's even at the Taylor Swift concert. I know that's Luca's favorite. But I had to throw that.
Had to get me with that one, didn't you?
Yeah. But nevertheless, he's also spoken out really extremely well against some of the younger players. You saw how he even spoke out against Gibson, especially when he made the roster. Very happy, very motivating to see, as you mentioned, with the offensive line. And he's changed this, fake, garbage narrative about him that he's the problem. And Alex smiles, but it's true. It's a garbage. It's a garbage narrative to say that he is solely the problem of why it failed in Green Bay, and that he's hard to work with. When he's proven, so far that he's done everything right. He's handled the media right. He's handled everything you would ask for in Aaron Rodgers. So I thank him for doing that. He's not been a diva, and we're going to see how this goes. But so far, I have nothing but good things to say. Another note I want to put in here, really interesting comment from, Garrett Wilson earlier this week. I think he was being interviewed by the reporters, and the Post quoted it, but he says he doesn't consider himself a star. And that really says something because, this is a kid who, offensive rookie of the year. He could be all cocky if you want. He had 83 catches, 1,103 yards, and 4 touchdowns, which is one of the best in Jets history for a rookie. So to not even claim himself as a star really shows how humble this kid is, and really shows how much, hard work he's going to put in more to even get to, that top flight receiver. Because you got guys in this league like a Justin Jefferson, a Chase, a Tyreek Hill and Adams, a Stephon Diggs. He's looking to go in that group. And this kid's going to keep working hard. He's going to show you why that he's ready to take another jump. And again, we mentioned Rodgers with the young kids, but he's got a lot of familiarity with some guys and veterans here. Whether it's Cobb, Lazard, all playing under Hackett. And actually, Luke, I didn't know if you noticed, but the Jets are actually now considered the oldest team on age in the whole NFL.
I think I read that somewhere. I read that.
Really? The oldest team?
Yep, they are now with all the veterans.
They got some nice young pieces.
They do. They have a nice combination now, and I like some of the veterans that they brought in to help balance out this young roster. But again, that's just good on Joe Douglas, I'd say, in this offseason, because let me tell you, if he threw out Zach Wilson again this year, I wasn't watching a damn game. I would have not.
Oh, full of shit, John.
No, I wouldn't. Why would I do it?
John is right. The Jets' average age is tied with the Saints for the oldest, 27.
Which is crazy. But and then the only other thing I wanted to add before we go to the Giants for the Buffalo Bills that we didn't address too much, one of the matchups. The defensive line is really interesting to me. You touched on it a little briefly, Luca. Remember, Leslie Frazier is not going to be calling plays for the Bills anymore.
Right.
So, because they're trying to be more aggressive in the pass rush, okay? You got guys like Gregory Rousseau and AJ Epineza, nice young players, but they haven't fully broken out yet to their full potential yet. Now, that could be this year, could be a year away, or it could be never. And you don't know that entirely yet. They also brought in Leonard Floyd as kind of a replacement player for Von Miller as a pass rusher. Floyd's had, I think, the past 3 seasons. I know it's more than 25. I just don't remember the total when I was reading the numbers earlier today. But, they're hoping, and another guy you could throw in there, even though he's more of a run stuffer, Ed Oliver, but he can get to the quarterback. So they got some young talent on that defensive line. They just need, more production out of them, and they need them to be more aggressive. So that's all I have for the Jets Bills. Luca, if you have anything else before we shift over to the Giants Cowboys for Sunday Night Football.
Final thoughts. I think I'm just gonna go over 2 key matchups. That's the trenches. So first, I'm looking at the Bills offensive line versus the Jets defensive line. Some Bills stats from the last year. They were 4th in pass block win rate, 22nd in run block win rate. We talked about the inconsistencies of the running game. They were 13th in adjusted line yards. They were 21st in the PFF pass block grade, 28th in the PFF run block grade, and their sack percentage for quarterbacks, or I should say how many times Josh Allen got sacked percentage-wise was 10th in the league, so they're very good. Jets defense, Quinnen Williams ranks top 10 in pass rush win rate among defensive tackles, 15%, which ranks 7th among defensive tackles. John Franklin Myers ranked top 10 in run stop win rate among edge rushers, 32%, which ranked 3rd among edges in the run game. The Jets pass rush win rate last season was 10th, 44%, just a tier above the Bills. The run stop win rate was 2nd, 33%. And the Jets also had 45 sacks last year, ranking 7th in the NFL. We go to the Jets offensive line versus the Bills defensive line, my final matchup. Jets stats last year, very putrid on the offensive line. 57%, ranking 21st when it comes to pass block win rate. Run block win rate was 30th at 69%. The adjusted line yards, 3.81, which ranked dead last in the NFL. PFF pass block grade was 59.2, ranking 30th. The run block grade was ranked 27th at 52. Some Bills stats, Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones ranked 5th and 6th, respectively, for highest run stop win rate among defensive tackles. The Bills ranked 15th in sacks last year at 40. Run stop win rate was 7th among the NFL at 32%. And the pass rush win rate for the Bills was 43%, 11th, a spot below the New York Jets.
All right. So just going to go over some comments, and then we'll go into Sunday Night Football to close it up. John's half wrong. He was a part of the problem in Green Bay. He needed He needed to change the scenery, and I like how he's changed for the Jets. He's their guiding light, and I like it. Armin says Duke has upset 9th ranked Clemson 28-7. DJ School, cough. Clemson looks bad.
I'm going to grab some
water.
water.
I won't say, as I'm about to grab some water too, I disagree on the half wrong, and I won't give you the full thing, Bill, because I'll say this. They did not properly build around him. Never have in Green Bay. He sold them out. He lifted that franchise up so many times. Never had a first-round receiver to play with. Garrett Wilson's going to be his first, and he's age 40. That just tells you how the Packers have not built around him properly in most years. I digress, though.
So, NYG, aka Unpopular Opinion Sports. How do you feel? How do you feel coming into the season? And better yet, this game opening up against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. What are your thoughts, man, besides the obvious excitement?
Well, I think this is a statement game for the New York Giants. The expectations are higher, I would say, in the fan base for most than in recent seasons. So I think this is a statement game, particularly in a division where you've struggled against Philly and Dallas in particular. You need to go out there and you need to make a statement against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football in your building. You know, that is key because I know a lot of these Sunday night games, opening season has been in Dallas. You know, we all know the routine that the NFL likes to throw at us. But that being said, this is a definite statement game for the New York Giants. The New York Giants were not far from beating Dallas last year. You know, a couple of those games could have went either way. Evan Neal shows up, David Sills, yada, yada, yada. You know, but that being said, I do believe that this is a game that the Giants need to come out there and really show the NFL that they are for real and that they are contenders in the NFC.
Yeah, definitely. Evan says Giants need to win this game not only for the division hopes, but for the confidence in the division. Yeah, the Giants, I think, only had, if I'm not mistaken, they had one win in the division last year.
Yes, against
they
Washington.
Got swept by the Cowboys. They had the tie and got swept by the Eagles. So, I mean, they probably were the only divisional, the only team to make the playoffs with the one divisional win. But that's got to go up this year. I definitely think we're at a solid level with the Cowboys in terms of talent. And I'm going to go over some stuff in a minute where we'll get into that. Barber says we'll win on Sunday and beat the Eagles once too. Hey, we'll see. But this is definitely a statement game for the New York Giants because it's not really gone well over the last few years if the Giants lose in week 1. I mean, week 2 should be a win against the Arizona Cardinals, which are an absolute dumpster fire at this very moment.
Yeah.
But you never know where it's going to go after the fact because, I mean, like the Giants, they have the Seahawks in week 4. They have the 49ers in week 3. And they have a tough schedule the first few games. I know, yes, there's different ways the NFL could shake out. But you want to win as many games as possible, and especially win in your division. And I think Joe Shane's one of his biggest words is closing the talent gap within the division. That was from the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think he slowly made his way to do that as of this offseason, you know, getting depth at the defensive line position, drafting John Michael Schmitz, signing Bobby Okereke, and all these different guys. So I want to go to position battles in terms of grades real quick, or maybe even just one or the other.
Okay.
I'm going to start with quarterback. I think I know where you're going to go with this one. Who has the better quarterback room? And even if you want to just go off starters, the Giants or the Cowboys?
I'm going to say the Giants.
Okay.
And quarterback room, you could argue that Cooper Rush is a better backup than Tyrod Taylor. You could make that argument. But just going off the starter, yeah, Dak puts up stats. I get it. He's had a much better team throughout his career than Daniel Jones. But I need to win with a quarterback that does not give the game away. Dak Prescott, much like his predecessor, Tony Romo, seems to give the game away at the most inopportune times. And that is my knock on Dak Prescott. Hey, look, you have James Hardens in the NFL. You have stat producers. You know, you have those guys that they put up stats and you're like, oh wow, they're a great player. I think Justin Herbert is one. In my unpopular opinion, I think he's a stat producer. I don't think he's a quarterback that's going to win you a Super Bowl. But that's my knock on Dak. So I'm taking Daniel Jones. Something in me tells me Daniel Jones has a little bit of that clutch gene in him. He had the 5 game-winning drives, the 4 fourth quarter comebacks last season. So I do believe that when it comes down to it, man, in crunch time, I'm taking Daniel Jones over Dak Prescott. So in that whole grouping, I'm going to give the edge to the Giants. But you can also definitely make a better argument that Cooper Rush is because Tyrod is he's not good.
Not very good. John, do you think Dak or Jones is better?
By a hair, and I know I say Dak's overrated. I'd still say he's a little bit better. I think he's just proven more. Not to say that Danny Dimes can't jump Dak Prescott this year. But that's also because, the Giants, I'd say they've gotten more weapons. This is the most Daniel Jones has ever had. So that's only going to help the guy. But I need to see the full,
with the cool shades.
And anyway, as I was saying, I need to see the full statistical jump from Daniel Jones before I start, calling him better than these guys.
Right. Luca, would you say Dak or Daniel Jones?
Dak only by like a few hairs. I think Dak is a mid-tier quarterback, but I think Daniel Jones has yet to like reach his level.
So it looks like Hayes is respectfully disagreeing with the panel. Goes Jones hands down. Oh my god!
I know Hayes is a big Jones supporter. I know we've had our nice arguments about it.
I think the running back room is pretty obvious. You could talk about Eric Gray, and maybe he looked a little slow in the preseason. I'm taking Saquon Barkley over Deuce Vaughn and Tony Pollard, who's coming off injury, by the way. Your thoughts on popular?
Yeah, that's an easy one. It's Saquon. And even the backups. I mean, Matt Breida is no slouch. He's a good running back. You know what I mean? And Eric Gray, I think he's going to have a prominent role on this team. Probably as a special teamer for his first season. But I could definitely see him easing into that backup role behind Saquon Barkley. Next season, if they move on from Matt Breida. So I'm going to go Giants there.
Few hairs. Are you talking about your mustache? Come on.
Good one,
you tell me what Daniel Jones, Hayes. I'm not trying to start a whole thing, but tell me why is it that, and Mike, you bring up a great point. Maybe not number one, but I got a question for y'all, Hayes. Wasn't the main focal point Saquon Barkley in your offense for years now? If that's the case, then how come it's not Daniel Jones? If he's
first half
great
of last
quarterback.
year, second half of last year.
No, hold it, Alex. They've been building around Saquon. That's been the narrative for a few years now. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's the narrative, though. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. But I'm saying the second half, you didn't include the second half of last year was Daniel Jones in the offense.
I get it. He had a great second half last year. No denying it. But I don't want to hear him be elevated over one half of a year.
I think Daniel Jones takes the next step when he starts to prove that he can beat better defenses. Doing that against Dallas like this Sunday would be a start, my opinion.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, we're as I said, the NFL preview show was gonna be big. So,
yeah, we deliver.
Yeah, we deliver on our promises. Sliding into the wide receiver room, I think the Giants have better depth, though you do look at the two starters and Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb. I think Gallup could probably. I think he's a little overrated. How would you compare the side-by-side receiving rooms, Mr. Unpopular Opinion?
I really want to do it, but I'm not going to disrespect their little receivers over there. I'm going to give the edge to Dallas on this one. Only because I think CeeDee Lamb is a top 10 receiver. He's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? And I don't give Dallas much credit at all, but I'm going to give CeeDee Lamb a little bit of credit here. I just want to see what Jalen Hyatt is. If Jalen Hyatt is who I think he is, this is easy Giants again. But to be objective and to be fair, I'm gonna give it to Dallas.
True. Yeah. I mean, depth is a different story, but if you're talking about starting level talent, you're going with the Dallas Cowboys, Brandon Cooks, and CeeDee Lamb, who can position himself all over the field. Switching over to tight end, I think this one's pretty obvious. They lost Dalton Schultz. They drafted Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan, and they had 2 tight ends who they took last year. I'm still taking the New York Giants. Darren Waller is a big addition to the tight end room, in addition to who we already know in Daniel Bellinger. Your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely going Giants here. And you said it. It's not just Darren Waller. It's Bellinger too. A lot of people sleep on Daniel Bellinger. Daniel Bellinger was having a phenomenal season. Then he got hurt with the eye thing, and then he had to come back later on in the season. But even still, and don't forget about Lawrence Cager. Lawrence Cager is very underrated. Lawrence Cager has that. He has similar traits as Darren Waller. So I do believe that the Giants definitely have the edge here. Losing their tight end. Who's the tight end they had last year that they lost?
Dalton
Schultz. Yeah,
he went to the Texans.
Yeah, that's a big loss for them. So I'm definitely giving the edge to the Giants here.
Mike says Bellinger would probably be the best tight end on the Cowboys. I do not disagree. At
this point.
Now, this is where it's going to get a little dicey, of course. The offensive line. If you want to divide it up, tackles and guards, sure. But what I will say is this. Zach Martin is going to play. But Giants, they added JMS. You got Evan Neal, who's coming in, who's going to try to come into his own this year. Terrence Steele just got locked up into an extension. They lost Connor McGovern, so Tyler Smith is going to start at left guard. But he may not play week 1 because he got injured today. So offensive line side by side, where would you go? I think the Giants' depth is probably on the same level as the Cowboys' depth because there's literally, in my opinion at least, there's no experience back there. While the Giants, there is some, but it's not great. How would you stack up the offensive lines side by side?
Again, the Giants got to prove it with this O-line, and so I'm gonna have to give this one to the Cowboys. Unfortunately, and I'm looking at the line now. Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, that ass, Zach Martin, and Terrence Steele. Yeah. Glowinski and Evan Neal gives the Giants right now that kind of downgrade a little bit, because we got to see them perform. And it's for some reason there's some type of chemistry issue going on with them 2 cats. I don't know what it is, man, but they got to figure that out. So I'm gonna give the edge to the Cowboys here, unfortunately, but that could change if Evan Neal takes that next step this season.
Yeah, definitely. Moving over to the defensive line. In the middle, you could probably argue the Giants. On the edges, it's a little bit of a toss-up because in the middle, you do have Jonathan Hankins, Naveal Gallimore, and Osia Odigizua. Compared to Dexter Lawrence,
you also
the depth
have
that we have
Mozzie Smith, yeah,
who's coming out of Michigan. But you also have for our defensive line, Dex, Leo, Nacho, you got Ashawn, and then two young studs behind him, and DJ Davidson and Jordan Riley. But on the edges, it's Micah Parsons, Dorrance Armstrong, and DeMarcus Lawrence, who we all know had a game against Evan Neal the last time. You compare those guys against Kayvon Thibodeau, Azeez Ojulari, and Jihad Ward. I'm right now going to give the edge to the Cowboys because I feel like if one player goes down for the Giants in the edge room, it might be over in certain areas. Whereas the Cowboys, like if DeMarcus Lawrence goes down, Dorrance Armstrong's the next guy. If Parsons goes down, it's a different story because he is one of the better defensive players in this league.
Don't forget about Boogie Basham.
Boogie Basham too. So how would you stack up the defensive line room and stuff side by side?
Well, if you're just looking at the edge room, I'm gonna give it to the Cowboys. If you're looking at the defensive line, and I think you got kind of have to separate them a little bit, because just coming off the edge, Kayvon Thibodeau, we need to see it. I need to see Aziz stay healthy. Boogie Basham, that's a young player. Hopefully, they're gonna be able to develop him to something good here. But Micah Parsons, I mean, I can't hate there. You know what I'm saying? They have the edge there at the edge position, but defensive line, you put in Dex and Leo, and Ashawn Robinson and Roches against Hankins and Odia I'm definitely Odia It's a hard name to say, but I'm giving the edge to the Giants. So edge, Cowboys, D-line, Giants.
Definitely. You move into the linebacker room, and the problem is Micah Parsons plays. Technically, I don't know if they sat him down at edge yet, or they just said, okay, well, you're going to play inside.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a tweener. He's kind of
he's a tweener. Other than him, you might go Giants here, but it's so tough because you don't recognize much depth behind him and Van Der Esch, to where the Giants is, maybe obviously other teams will not know who Micah McFadden is, but you do have Okereke and a respectable name, or at least an up-and-comer in Isaiah Simmons, who I'm expecting solid stuff, solid production from the New York Giants this season. How do you stack those rooms side by side?
I'm gonna give the edge to the Giants here. Linebacker, okay. Van Der Esch. I think he's kind of on the. I think he's average.
Okay.
But Bobby O can definitely be a difference maker. And the upgrade that we got when they traded for Isaiah Simmons is huge for the Giants. You're talking about someone that can go sideline to sideline, that can fill gaps in the run game, and he can cover. So yeah, I'm gonna give Micah McFadden. Yeah, we don't know who he is quite yet. I think he's gonna have a decent season. I think he's gotten better. I think he's took some steps to improving his game. But I'm looking at the Cowboys. Outside of Micah Parsons in that linebacker room, there ain't much. It really ain't. So if you're taking the group into a whole, I'm going to have to give the edge to the Giants.
Yeah, and especially, I don't know what their situation is going to be, but especially if when it comes to covering Darren Waller, whether it's going to be a safety or a tight end. So I think that's going to be like one of the premier matchups, but we'll obviously get into that. Moving to the cornerback room, I think the Giants – I don't know. Actually, I go to Cowboys here. Your starters are Stephon Gilmore, who they traded for.
Yeah.
They also have Trayvon Diggs, who I would love to see him up against Jalen Hyatt in a double move. I know everybody's looking for that. And then they got Deron Bland in the slot, mixing in with Jordan Lewis. Not too flashy cornerback rooms other than the two starters. And then you look at the Giants. It is really banking on two rookies, a 6th-round pick and a 1st-round pick, combined with Adoree in the slot. So how would you stack those two up?
Yeah, this one's obviously Cowboys. Diggs, Gilmore, 2 proven corners. Definitely Hyatt he's gonna get them eventually, because he fights on those double moves. You know what I mean? But he's a proven corner. Stephon Gilmore, definitely proven corner. We have to see it from Banks and Hawkins. But again, this is another position where the Giants can prove themselves this season and pretty much, be in that mix, considered to be one of the top cornerback groups in this league. But I will say, Adoree Jackson is very, very underrated. Not a lot of people talk about Adoree Jackson. He was locking down number ones last year, and then he suffered the injury and he had to, mix and match some pieces around. But Adoree Jackson's no slouch, and they're putting him in the slot for a reason because I think they want him to pretty much cover the best corner on the field. So, and a lot of the best receiver on the field, and a lot of the best receivers on the field right now are playing in the slot. So, I'm gonna give the edge Cowboys here. But the Giants are coming in that position.
I agree. Safety. I think the New York Giants are close to taking this one. Xavier McKinney, who could have been a Pro Bowler about 2 years ago. You have Jason Pinnock, who had a great camp. Bobby McCain, who's a respected veteran, and Dane Belton, who's coming in his second year. You combine that with Donovan Wilson, Jaron Kearse, he's been talking a little bit on Twitter, and then Malik Hooker, who they just signed to an extension. How do you stack those two side by side?
I'm honestly not impressed with the Cowboys safety.
I'm not either.
I'm gonna go Giants. I think Xavier McKinney, if he can stay healthy, could possibly be the best safety, not on the Giants, but in this division. I think he's got that potential. That dude can be really, really good. He's just gotta stay on the field, man. It's been 2 years in a row, where he's missed a big chunk of the season due to injury. And last year, it was the ATV accident. But he if he can stay healthy, and this is a contract season for him, it's a contract year. So I'm definitely looking for him to take the next step. He could be a key to the Giants, defense being really, really good this year, man. If he can, help those rookie corners out, man, and protect the back end of that defense.
May I also add that Donovan Wilson. May I also add that Donovan Wilson's actually hurt. He's not practicing yet this week. Obviously, they said he's close, but he's not practicing this week. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, so that's a key note. Also, I'm not going to compare special teams, but they do have a rookie kicker. They do have a rookie kicker in Brandon Aubrey. He's coming from he's coming from the USFL, and then before that, he was playing soccer. So if the Giants can maneuver some things on special teams, maybe they could put him in a couple of missed kick situations. But last few segments, I do want to add the key adds and key subtractions for the Cowboys. They obviously added Trey Lance, who's pretty much the backup at this point. He's more like the QB3. Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks, while they did lose Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, Anthony Brown, Connor McGovern, and Ezekiel Elliott. So what are some key battles side by side? Like one of them that comes out to me, and this probably goes out to you, my man, as well, is Evan Neal versus DeMarcus Lawrence, sort of a revenge game type. What are some key matchups, key battles that you're looking for in this game?
That's one. That's an obvious one because Evan, that matchup kind of wrecked the game for the Giants last year. I think if he can hold up, he'll get beat. I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm saying, at some point. But you can't get beat on every other play. Right. So that's the problem that Evan Neal has to fix. So besides that, it's going to be – I'm interested to see how they're going to handle Dexter Lawrence. Tyler Badass. Bitish. I don't know, man. Are they going to double Dex? Because Dexter Lawrence, he manhandled Nelson from the Colts last year. Yeah. Quentin Nelson. And I mean, that dude's an all-pro, man. So, look, Dex is he's gonna get the best of that of those old linemen for the Cowboys. So that's one real matchup that I'm definitely paying attention to. And Obviously, I want to see how these rookie corners hold up against Dallas's receivers. Cooks and CeeDee Lamb. Versus Trey Hawkins, Adoree Jackson, and Banks. So those are some of the key matchups that I think will probably determine the game. The O-line versus D-line, obviously, and the secondary.
Right. So my key battles in specific, Evan Neal versus DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm also wondering if Micah Parsons is shoved over to his side, maybe once or twice. As you mentioned, Dexter Lawrence versus Tyler Bidish. Tyler Smith, as I mentioned, is not practicing. So it could be Josh Ball or Asim Richards versus Leonard Williams. And I think Leonard Williams is the ultimate winner in that matchup. Deontay Banks versus Brandon Cooks and Trey Hawkins versus Michael Gallup. I think Trey Hawkins can handle Michael Gallup. I'm just interested to see what Brandon Cooks has in stock for the rookie Deontay Banks. I'm interested to see how Wink is going to play the defense overall. Two other matchups I'm looking for is Jalen Hyatt versus Trayvon Diggs. If they could sit there and get a double move or two on Trayvon Diggs and have a safety help out in that scenario, that takes attention away from Darren Waller. And then if they try to double Waller while they're doubling Jalen Hyatt, which may or may not be possible, that gives you enough room to run the football and do RPO and all that other stuff. But I'm interested, as I said before, to see who covers Darren Waller. I don't think it'll be Parsons. I think it's going to be Jaron Kearse or possibly one of the linebackers, but he's going to be one of the main keys to the game, which we could actually go into right now to wrap it up, and then maybe a prediction, of course. Keys to the game. What are your keys to the game for the Giants in terms of getting a victory out of this one?
I actually got a vid coming out on this. My keys are, first is to Evan Neal. That is the main key. Evan Neal has to protect. We know Andrew Thomas is going to do his job. The interior of the O-line, it could go either way, but I do think Smiths is an upgrade from John Feliciano. So I'm pretty confident there. I'm pretty confident in Bredesen. Glowinski, he's got to help out Neal. They got to get that together on the right side. That's key number one. Key number two is, what is the corners going to look like, obviously. But another thing is the edge. Can Aziz and KT, because remember in that game last year, they both came back in that game and they were ineffective. So, right. I'm looking for Aziz and Kayvon Thibodeau to make an impact. I'm figuring they're probably going to double team Dexter Lawrence. They're going to have to. They're going to have to do something with Dexter Lawrence because he could wreck the game for them, especially if they're trying to get their running game going. So KT and Aziz is definitely a key. And I'm going to give you another important key here, and that is turnovers. Turnovers will decide this game. It usually decides division games. You could say the same thing about the Jets and Bills. It usually decides division games. Turnovers are going to be a key, and the Giants were near the bottom of the league last year as far as interceptions, and I'm definitely looking for them to pick up some interceptions here against Dak Prescott. Our safeties are key. McKinney, Dane Belton, and Pinnock. Those are three ball hawking safeties, and I'm definitely looking for them to try to get a turnover or two against Dak in that offense.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of good key points there. Number one for me is block the edges. I know Andrew Thomas will do his job unless something happens where he's sick or something. But Evan Neal, I think if he gives him at least, you don't have to play perfect. You don't have to play like a 7th overall pick. But if you're at least solid against DeMarcus Lawrence and you know what you did last year was wrong and you see it in the film room and you correct some of your mistakes, if you give him at least solid time, we could get the ball to Jalen Hyatt downfield. We could get the ball to a short route to Paris Campbell, then him make people miss. We could get the ball to Saquon out of the backfield. We could get the ball to Darren Waller, which is my number 2. Get the ball to Darren Waller. I think he's going to be one of the big X factors for the offense in this game. And then if you do get the ball to Darren Waller, which I know they're expecting, But if you get it in the right places, they'll start to maybe double him or put better coverage on him, leaving guys like Paris Campbell open, leaving guys like Hodgins and Slayton and Jalen Hyatt open. The Giants have more deep threats this year, and I think that's underrated. Sterling Shepard is coming back. He's expected to be healthy. So I'm wondering to see what role he gets. And number 3 is defend the perimeter and get to the passer. I think, as you just brought up, NYG, that's going to be one of the most important parts of this game because you got 2 rookie corners starting. One of them is going to be in trouble against Brandon Cooks. It's a matchup that favors the wide receiver. Adoree, that's fine, but sometimes you will have to put Adoree on the outside. It's not going to be that 100% of the time. See what happens against it. Now, of course, there's no notable tight ends, but I want to see who covers who. Could it be Pinnock covering Ferguson or Hendershot, or McKinney covering somebody, or whatever the case may be? But I think defending the perimeter, really getting to the passer is going to be the most important because the last few years with Dallas having a good offensive line, the Giants have not been able to get there when it's actually counting.
Yeah.
So Kayvon needs to do his job on one side, Aziz on another, and I think Isaiah Simmons sprinkle him in there just a little bit on key third downs and maybe key second down and longs. I think the Giants have a ball game in their favor. But are the Giants taking the victory this Sunday, NYG?
You goddamn right. I got the Giants winning 35-28. I think it's going to be a little bit of a high-scoring affair. And the thing is it's Darren Waller. He is the difference. You know what I'm saying? We got pretty much the same team from last year. You know, obviously Jalen Hyatt, Paris Campbell, 2 upgrades at receiver, but we're running with the same group. You know what I'm saying? Majoritarily. You know what I'm saying? But Darren Waller is the huge difference. When you have a number 1 target now going in that teams have to game plan for, it makes offense easier. And what has been the thing with the Giants in recent years, offense is so difficult. It's like a grind. It's like, 12, 13, 14, like you play drives. It's so hard for them to get in the end zone. But this year, I don't think they're going to have that problem. I think they're going to be able to score points frequently and often. And I think Darren Waller, cross your fingers, stays healthy. He's going to be the main reason why. Yes. Yeah, do what you got to do, y'all. Yeah.
A little knock on wood.
Let's keep this man healthy. Let's keep this man healthy, man. So I got it 35-28. I was going to go with a blowout prediction, but NFC East games, man, they usually and we all know the refs want to keep the game close for the Cowboys. They do it every year.
They might have them on the money line. Who knows?
Right.
But with that being said, closing in on fucking 4 hours of streaming. As I said,
sorry I was late, Alex, man. I do apologize, bro. I really do, man.
No worries.
You're good, my man. But I do want to throw it around once again. I'm going to put it in the chat on Popular Opinions YouTube channel. He does some great stuff tomorrow night. He'll be doing Heart of the City with Coach Ed. And if I got time after the Paul Dottino interview, I'll probably hop on myself. Did Bill just gift another couple of memberships again?
Oh, wow. Holy hell, Bill.
Bill's like Santa Claus today. So
Shout
shout out to a lot of Christmas presents coming out from Santa Claus today. Alex, Champaz, Classy Nasty, Seth, and Grega. Bill, thank you very much.
My goodness,
He goes,
man.
if
You don't
went
have to.
4 hours, you earned it. But no, man, I appreciate that. And, so even you guys just coming in the comment section or doing whatever, even just the smallest token of support means so much to this channel. It means so much to us. And the super chats and the memberships and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I do want to throw out final thoughts. I'll go with Luca, then I'll go with Unpopular, then I'll go with John, and then I'll leave it off for myself.
Officially less than a week away till Monday Night Football. But more importantly, we're less than, 2 days away from football just in general. Thursday Night Football will obviously be a game here, all that. This week's got to pass by a little more faster. I got to tell you something. Just pass by the week and get us to Sunday. Get us to Sunday, please. And thank you all for the support. We've gone almost 4 hours on this thing, but we appreciate
this is
every
the longest show it's been in a while. NYG.
Definitely appreciate you, Alex, Luca, John, for having me on the show. First and foremost. And football is back. Football is back, and it's going to be an interesting weekend. Definitely go Giants. You already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And you know, part of me wants to see the Jets do well too. You know what I'm saying? Because what would be more special, guys, than the Giants Jets Super Bowl? You know what I mean? So definitely, man. Shout out to the Jets, man. Shout out to you, Luca, John, and definitely appreciate you guys for having me on the show, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. And also, guys, if you haven't already, well, actually, I thought because I know G Nation, a couple other people were in here earlier as well. Giants Jets, the 29th. I think it's the 28th or the 29th of October. The Big Blue Crew, which includes myself, Coach Ed. He goes, y'all still rocking. He says, yeah, well, you know it, Coach Ed.
Yeah, what's good, Coach?
Coach Ed, Unpopular Opinion Sports. I'll be there. Luca will be there. The Big Blue Crew block party. Some other details have yet to be finalized, but we can't wait. As I said, I've met NYG once. We met at the Colts game when the Giants decided to clinch the playoffs. So I can't wait to meet Coach Ed and everybody else and anyone else who can make it. Bill says you got to support your guys, even if it's just every once in a while. As I said, all the support that we get, and we're doing a lot of different things here. We appreciate it. And football season, I mean, we're coming with a lot of different things, man. But Angry John.
Well, what did we learn today? A lot of football talk. First off, thanks, Kenny, for joining us today. Guys, make sure you check out his channel in the description. All right, it's already there. Just, go watch his content. Sub up if you can. They all provide great work on their channel, so make sure you guys do that. Also, Bill, thank you for being the, fan of the night and the
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, the gift that keeps on giving, is kept giving out some memberships tonight. So some of you guys won some memberships. So congratulations, which means you guys get to see the bonus positional videos for the MLB rankings that I've been putting out. So, keep, you guys can watch that. And because of Bill, more content for you guys. Just remember, as I'm sure Alex will announce again, we are doing Thursday Night Football, which is, now that it's actually Tuesday, because we're past midnight, 2 days away. So football is coming right back. And JETS, Jets. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. And I know John admitted earlier, he says, I don't want to see Sunil in the chat start cheering with his Cowboys. So he's not rooting for the Giants, but he hopes the Cowboys.
It's funny. I did pick we all picked the Cowboys. I got it in the book right here.
So I hope it turns the other way.
The Cowboys?
We all have the Cowboys in a clean. Sorry, man. Sorry, we have the Cowboys in a clean.
I take back what I said about the Jets, man. F the Jets, man. Why y'all do that to us, man?
Sorry. I think they're going to
never know. It might be reverse jinx.
Please, I know Armin threw that.
Playing.
I know Armin threw that. I know Armin threw that stat out there that week 1 divisional underdogs are 29 and 9.
Home dogs.
Are 29 9-1 since 2014. So
wow. Just
praying.
Nice victory.
Yeah. Evan, if you're gonna be there, we're excited to see you again. Yeah, we got John's notebook.
It's in the book. All the predictions.
Coach goes, may I bring cheerleaders to the event?
That's crazy.
Coach, you can do it, please, as ever you want to. All right.
But I will run it down real quick before we finish out with an ad, and then we'll go out of here. So Tuesday, nothing. I'll upload the members for Mr. Angry John's positional rankings, and I'll say this as well because Bill has been Santa Claus tonight, basically. More members, we get to do more things. So giveaways, members only live streams. Those things come into play when we get more members coming in and signing up for subscriptions and stuff like that. And that means so much to us because we want to give back to you guys over this 3-year journey that we've been on and stuff like that. Wednesday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be recorded. Big Blue in the Bronx podcast. Paulie D, a.k.a. Mr. Paul Dottino, will be on, and I will be asking him questions. So I put it out on Twitter. I put it out on the YouTube community notes. You got any questions you want me to relate to him, please put it in. Thursday, as John noted, we are calling the Sunday night football game. Sunday night football. My mind is there already. It's already there.
Can't wait.
Thursday night football. But Thursday night football, we'll be calling that on Thursday. Lions Chiefs. Friday, Giants hype video. It's gonna be a pretty awesome one. One of the best I've done. That's going to be out probably around 5-6 o'clock. Saturday, Big Blue in the Bronx podcast previewing the Cowboys-Giants matchup in depth with Tom Ryle from SB Nation, who's a Cowboys reporter. Sunday, we're looking at doing possibly a Sunday morning show with bets and fantasy and all that sort of good stuff. Got a couple of things to figure out. And then Monday, no Boys in the Big Apple because we will be streaming the Jets Bills Giants for at some point, like real soon. But I do want to say this as well. We are sponsored by SeatGeek. If you guys didn't know already, going to a concert, MetLife parking passes, Giants game, Jets game, you can use our code Big Blue in the Bronx for $20 off your online ticket order. But for myself, for NYG22, aka Unpopular Opinion Sports, for Professor Angry John, and for Luker, we are on our way out of here. Peace out, guys. See you later. Stay cool. Have a good night, and let's go, Big Blue.